Good evening. I'd like to call to order the May 6th school board meeting. Our chair, Mrs. Page, is going to be here a little late this evening. Will the board members who are present please respond? Ms. Dorr, Mr. Barlow.
Here.
Ms. Gibson.
Here.
Mr. Young.
Here.
Ms. Cosby. Mrs. Burke.
Here.
Ms. Owen.
Here.
Dr. Sapini.
Here.
We have an interpreter this evening.
Buenas noches, si hubieran necesidad de un intérprete de español, aquí estoy presente en la parte de atrás. Gracias.
There are a few amendments to the agenda this evening. We are removing the April 15th minutes from the minutes to be approved. We are removing legal from closed, and we are adding approved proclamations that are under the recognition period. Are there any other amendments to the agenda?
I move to amend the agenda to include an item specific to the budget development.
A discussion?
Second.
You're asking for a discussion?
Yeah. Can she repeat the motion, please, and what number to move what where?
It will be 6.03, and she wants to have a discussion on budget development. Are there any other changes? If there are no other changes, can I get a motion to amend the agenda, please?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
The motion was made by Mr. Barlow and seconded by Ms. Gibson. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The agenda has been adopted as amended. The next item is 1.02 to approve the minutes of the April 8, 2019 meeting. I believe another set was sent out to you earlier today with a correction and with some clarification to the motion for the resolution that was adopted at that meeting. I have no other changes. Can I get a motion to approve those minutes, please?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. The motion was made by Mr. Barlow and seconded by Mrs. Burke to approve the minutes of the April 8th meeting. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The next item on the agenda is recognitions.
Is yes, Mateo Asensio. You are the young man who won the competition for the. Well, you want to come up and share what it was? Because I'm gonna mess it up a little bit, and I'd rather have you do it.
Hi. So I won a competition at Virginia Beach to represent my school at a state level competition, and I won second place state level, and I'm going to compete in California for a national level.
And this was for your fashion design.
Yes, I entered a category for fashion design.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
It's Mateo Asensio Silva.
And do you want to tell us a little bit about the designs and what inspires you?
Yes, so what I wanted to do, what I presented was, I wanted to do a collection for the new and old generation to combine them. So I use different color patterns in fabric and combine them together. So it's like classic styles with new type of fabrics and materials.
And I saw one of your designs. It was made out of like bags of chips and things.
Oh, yes.
You set it all together. It was
that was
amazing.
a project where the school came together and collected chip bags, and then we made a ball gown. Chip bags, yeah.
If you haven't seen it, it's pretty extraordinary. I have it all forwarded. And I'm sorry, the competition in California is coming up?
Yes, it's June 29th to July 6th.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, can we show our appreciation? And we unfortunately do not have your certificate tonight, but we will make sure to get that to you. Thank you. Congratulations. And can we do a quick picture? George Witt. George Witt. And do you have any family or teachers or
Yes,
anybody?
my teacher and then one of my friends. Come on. Not at the moment.
So I can get you down before you get too expensive.
Oh,
Anybody else? You want to come up? No? You sure? All right.
She said old and new, I want to be new.
oh, thank you.
Next, we have the Binford Lady Lions. Come on up, come on up, come on up. Why don't you guys come on, slide down a little bit? It's 22 games in a row, is that correct? Yes? 22 championships in a row, is that correct? I got it right. All right, we are going to present some certificates. Okay, Jaquela Ferguson. Isabella Lindsay. Karma Simpson. Marcia Mazone. Redeja Laws. Ashley Pena Laws. Olivia Freeman. Jackson. And this one says Binford Lady Lions. Scorekeeper, Camille Johnson. Singer, David Whitaker. Assistant coach, Jeff Burns. Assistant coach, Phil Brooks. Do we have a team captain here?
You want to say a few words? How's it feel? What is the secret to the new line success? Very nice. And anything you want to say to the team or the public? Well, you have everybody's attention. Scoot down a little bit. Other different staff or families come on up. We also have two proclamations this evening. The first is for Teacher Appreciation Week, which I will read. Whereas Richmond Public Schools teachers are responsible for shaping the minds and hearts of nearly 25,000 students in order to ensure they all have equal chance at life and education. And whereas Richmond Public Schools teachers spend countless hours preparing lessons,
creating safe and loving school cultures, building deep partnership with families and communities, collaborating with colleagues, and reflecting on their craft. And whereas Richmond Public Schools teachers go above and beyond the call of duty to fill many roles such as mentors, role models, coaches, and motivators. And whereas Richmond Public Schools teachers engage students with exciting and rigorous teaching and learning. And whereas the school board of the City of Richmond recognizes and supports each of its nearly 2,000 teachers in educating the students of Richmond Public Schools. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the school board of the City of Richmond proclaims May 6th through 10th, 2019 to be Teacher Appreciation Week, and be it further resolved that the school board of the City of Richmond encourages all members of our community to join with it in personally expressing appreciation to our teachers for their dedication and commitment to the children of Richmond. And one way to do that is to celebrate teachers at our schools by taking photographs with teachers, your child's teacher, your colleague, any teacher you run up against on the street. We have our sign, RPS Teachers Rock, We want to make sure that we get the word out on social media. So take a picture with your sign, share it out, and write all the great things that you love about your child's teacher, your own teacher, or a colleague. We want to spread the great word. And, I'll wait on a second. Do we need to use it at the same time? Okay, and we have an extra special proclamation for a man that needs no introduction, who unfortunately could not be here this evening because he's now a rock star, and that is Rodney Robinson, who we will celebrate much more on our May 20th meeting, when we have been able to make sure that he will be in town. And so we'd like to read this proclamation as well, honoring him during Teacher Appreciation Week. Whereas Rodney Alexander Robinson has been a Richmond Public Schools teacher for his entire professional career, teaching at Lucille Brown Middle School, George Witt High School, Armstrong High School, and Virgie Binford Education Center. Whereas Rodney Robinson, by serving students at Virgie Binford Education Center at the Richmond Juvenile Detention Center, works daily to disrupt the school-to-prison pipeline and advance the universal ideal that every student can learn and be successful. Whereas Rodney Robinson was inspired to become a teacher to honor his mother, who wanted to become a teacher but struggled to receive an education due to segregation and poverty in rural Virginia. Whereas Rodney Robinson has become an exemplar of equity-based teaching and leading with love by ensuring each of his students are provided with the unique tools, skills, and supports they need to be successful. Whereas Rodney Robinson is a lifelong learner himself, working constantly to refine his craft and seeking out opportunities to engage with education leaders across the nation. Whereas Rodney Robinson is a pillar in his local community, serving on the City of Richmond Mayor's Youth Academy, the Richmond Children's Cabinet, and as the announcer for Armstrong High School Athletics. Whereas Rodney Robinson has been honored as the Richmond Public Schools 2017-2018 Teacher of the Year, Virginia's Region 1 Teacher of the Year, and the 2019 Virginia Teacher of the Year. Whereas Rodney Robinson has been selected as the 2019 National Teacher of the Year by the Council of Chief State School Officers. Whereas the National Teacher of the Year program began in 1952 and continues as the oldest, most prestigious national honors program that focuses public attention on excellence in teaching. Whereas Rodney Robinson will use the National Teacher of the Year platform to advocate for equitable education funding and more male teachers of color. Now therefore, be it proclaimed, the School Board of the City of Richmond and Richmond Public Schools do hereby congratulate Rodney Robinson as the 2019 National Teacher of the Year and encourage all citizens to congratulate him on his recognition as the nation's finest educator. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in congratulating all of our teachers as well as Rodney Robinson. And if we have any teachers in the audience, could you please stand to be recognized this evening? Thank you.
We need a motion to approve those proclamations, please.
So moved. Second.
Motion was made by Ms. Owen, seconded by Mrs. Burke to approve the proclamation for Teacher Appreciation Week and National Teacher. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The proclamations have been approved. Next item is public information. Those persons who signed up in advance will be called up to speak first. The practice is that if you are speaking on behalf of an organization, you will get 5 minutes, and persons speaking as individuals will get 3. When you come forward, please sign in and state your name, and please remember there's no applause during public information period. David Lindsay.
Good evening. My name is David D. Lindsay. I am CEO and founder of the David D. Lindsay Foundation. The Lindsay Foundation has been working in the public school system for 14 straight years. We give scholarship to the male and the female graduating senior athletes. We have been working with John Marshall and Thomas Jefferson and looking forward to reaching out to the others. In my time that I had to work with Dr. Roy and John Marshall, I have seen growth and progress. There has been improvement on the athletic field and the athletic department. I have seen better improvement in the students' attitude. And for me, that is the most important point. With a better attitude, they can learn. And that is what we all want. We must give him and others time to succeed with their ideas and plans, as we, the public, are willing to give you, the school board, time. Some of you were educators yourselves, and during your teaching, you look for support to put your plan into play. You were given that chance, became successful, and look at yourself now. Dr. Roy, like this board, wants to succeed for the students, not for himself. He has some of the same goals as the board, but he needs the time like the board, and the backing like the board. I ask all of you to listen to words of reason from myself and others, like the students of Georgetown High School, and not from behind closed doors. Those who speak from behind closed doors only want what they can get for themselves, which is not in the best interest for all. If people are willing to speak out or protest for some good, then shouldn't we all listen and do something to bring that goodness to light? Dr. Roy is a good man, an educator who cares. And for some of the situations that he had to deal with, he overcame them. Rather than leave, he chose to stay. That's devotion, courage, and character. I'd like to thank everyone for this time. My name is David D. Lindsay, CEO, founder of the David D. Lindsay Foundation, 3rd District residents. I'd like to also give a shout out to the teachers for the teachers group, especially for my wife, Sharonda Lindsay, a teacher. I'd also like to leave information and some cards. Please go on the website. Look me up, David D. Lindsay Foundation.org. Thank you very much.
LaBarbara Jones.
Hi, my name is Barbara Jones. I wanted to speak to you in reference to some things with attendance that you all are doing with Richmond Public Schools. I'm a parent as well as an employee for Richmond Public Schools. I want to first say that as a single mother, it is very hard for me to navigate the attendance issue. My son is in elementary school. He has perfect attendance. My daughter, who is 17, who I have to lean on because we have lost grandparents and parents in the last couple of years, has tarded. And realistically, she has a very good home background, a very supportive background with me being in the school system. So realistically, her missing 2 days of school would not be realistic. The 94% that you all are requesting to have been done this year was kind of unreasonable. It was on both standards for parents as well as for attendance workers and for workers in the system. I think that I understand exactly what you're trying to do, and I think it's a great move forward. I think that you should keep going on that route, but I think instant gratification was not the way to do it. We needed a better plan. We needed a plan for 2 to 3 years overall. The school that I worked at, daily attendance was at 54%. It is at 80 to 84% a day. and we still got gigs. We were berated, we were treated like we were doing nothing. I was working 12 hours a day, every day, 5 days a week, taking time out of my weekend, and I'm barely getting paid enough now for what I do. I believe that there should have been a better way to move forward in a more realistic way. And cutting the ties of these principals that you have that know the students and know their backgrounds and know their basic needs, and telling them that they are not good enough or they didn't do well enough in 1 year for improvement is unrealistic when we really had a decade worth of problems. And that means going all the way up to the school board. Not in the schools, but going all the way up to the school board. I think that you should have looked at this in a different way, and I think you need to continue to look at it in a different way. We need to look at it in a two-sided coin, not just black or white. There's a gray area. These students have realistic basic needs that the school system can't provide, but we have to know that they have it. They have friends dying every week. They have parents dying. They have more things going on than you could know and understand. Getting to school is a task for them daily. Getting to school, just getting up and going is a task. So I would like for you all to take in consideration that when you're resigning these principals, these are their families, and they need them.
Marion Brooks.
Good afternoon, superintendent and staff. My name is Marion Brooks. I worked for Richmond Public Schools for 24.5 years, and I retired last year. I was there as a steward for Local 572. I got a raise up. I'm working with Mr. Foster now, of Washington. And we are here this evening, and I'm very concerned with what's happening at the North Side Division. Had a supervisor treating the drivers and the monitors. If something happened with Mr. George Underwood, we don't like it at all. And I'm gonna give it to him, let him tell y'all what's going on.
Good afternoon, school board members, superintendent, and other officials that are here today. My name is George Underwood Jr., and I've been employed as a school bus operator for 15 years. I have been wrongfully terminated from my position as of today. This was my first and only offense. I was told that the school board knew about it, then I was told that the school board did not know about my termination. In the whole 15 years that I have been employed with Richmond Public Schools Department of Transportation, I have never had a verbal, written, reprimand, or any other reprimand for any behavior issues or safety citations. I have an excellent attendance record. I have an excellent rapport with school officials, parents, and my students. I am a team player and a runner who goes above the call of duty to get the job done. I have become a big brother, a counselor, and a positive role model to many generations of people young and old. I have reference letters for the board from principals, other school officials, parents, and coaches. And I would like to request a meeting with the school board members regarding this matter or other matters. Thank you.
I'm Tina Jones. I used to work with George for the 15 years that you've been there. And as far as I know him, I see you every time. I'm not going to be up here that long. But as far as I know him, he's been helping me out when I was working there, helping me to stay calm, because we did have supervisors as employees also bullying the bus drivers, the monitors, and if you're not able to speak up for yourself, they will run over you. And as adults, how can we teach the children to behave if we can't do it ourselves? If we bullying our employees, our co-workers, how can we teach the kids in school how not to bully one another? Like, he's a nice young man. He do his job. Never, as far as I know, he never missed out of work or nothing. And if he see you need a shoulder to lean on, he's there. So the things that he's going through, for a person like him, he do not deserve it. And I'm done.
My name is Nancy Lane, and I've been knowing George Underwood for over 15 years. I've been a driver school since '94. The last time I've known him, he has been well-mannered, respectful, and honest young man. He's very personable, dedicated, and kind person who has on numerous occasions put the needs of others and his students ahead of his own. He is very supportive of his family as well as his co-workers and his students ahead of his own situations. He is very supportive of his co-workers, friends, and also he is extraordinary role model in his church as well as his school body. George is very talented and innovative. He does not mind sharing and implementing ideas while encouraging his peers, and especially needs and regular students that rise to do so as well. In closing, the liability, responsibility, and trustworthiness, and the loyalty that he has towards the students that ride the bus, and the excellent record that he has with the students, parents, and school officials. I support him in any endeavor he chooses to pursue and desire in life. Thank you, Mr. Young.
Can you please sign it for the record?
Okay. My name is Anthony Foster. And I just want to read an email that I sent to all of the school board members on the 26th of this year. I write to address an issue that transpired on Tuesday, April 23rd. Richmond Public Schools scheduled an appeal hearing for driver George Underwood to begin at 4 p.m. Per RPS policy 7-8.3 dismissal support staff. It reads, the employee and his or her supervisor may be represented by legal or other representatives at the hearing. No distinction as to the type of the legal or the type of representative is specified, just by legal and other representatives of printed language. Local 572 has selected by Richmond Public School bus drivers and monitors as their certified representative, not for collective bargaining. Mr. Underwood was denied all of his representatives to attend or participate in the hearing process, denying him his due process. Mr. Underwood that day had, Richmond Public School that day had all of their representatives present and allowed his witness to attend. Due process on their behalf, disparate treatment on Mr. George Underwood's behalf. Past practice can show that the Richmond Public School bus drivers and monitors have utilized representatives, Local 572, to address day-to-day operation issues and concerns that has come up, seeking a favorable resolve for all. It was and did not appreciate how the Richmond Public School personnel treated Mr. Underwood, in so much as it violated his own policies. 7-1.3 board staff communication. Oh, what tangle where we weave when we practice school seed. Proper process and procedure not allowed in order to deny driver George Underwood, a 15-year employee, a right to fight to keep his livelihood, being a Richmond Public School bus driver, being made whole in every way. This is the email that I sent as of to date. I have not got a response from the interview.
Butler Peterson.
Thank y'all very much.
Butler Peterson. Akeem Fung.
To the honorable members of the school board, my name is Akeem Fung, and I'm a computer science and mathematics teacher. I would like to thank Richmond State Public Schools for giving the green light to pilot the program at George Wythe High School for students. This will allow George Wythe to be the school in the state, if not the nation, to allow students to earn an associate's degree with dual specializations in computer science and mathematics while graduating high school. This opportunity would not have been possible without the support of Reba Green, a strong advocate for rigorous learning and opportunity for all students. I would just like for it to be known that without the support of Reba Green, I would not have been able to make it as an educator. I faced many voices of doubt when I was a new teacher when I pushed for students to have the opportunity to pursue associate's degrees in high school. There are many students who are capable, but who may not have been able to be afforded the opportunity otherwise. I was glad to say, with Reba Green's support, the first individual to graduate from George Wythe with over 60 college credits did so in the span of just 1 year. Reba Green is the one who cheered students and teachers on when things seemed bleak or impossible. Reba Green also supported me in allowing me to take as much time as needed to tutor students so they can understand concepts that are challenging. I hope that the community understands that Reba Green has left behind a legacy of academic achievement that should be acknowledged. I have personally had Ms. Green come into my classroom regularly and connecting with the students and provide relevant feedback and support so that student achievement will rise. She has been a pillar of support for many years, and she has set George Wythe to rise up to the challenge, growing our students for a brighter future. Thank you.
Harold Aquino.
My name is Harold Aquino. To the honorable members of the school board, my name is Harold Aquino and I am a sophomore at George Wythe High School. I would like to thank the district for providing me the opportunity to enter the college academy. I have been eager and awaiting the opportunity to extend my learning. I stand here before you all to request that I be able to take AP courses through virtual regime. I spoke with my principal, Ms. Reba Green, and I have her blessing. I am now requesting Richmond Public Schools to allow me to enroll in a program that is free of charge to the district. I want all students in RPS to have the same access to AP courses offering as their neighboring counties. I also wish to take summer classes at Reynolds, as I wish to continue studying math beyond AP calculus. I would love to have the honor to be the first student in RPS history to extend math opportunities beyond AP calculus for all students. From the bottom of my heart, I truly appreciate everything that RPS has done for me and all students. I also want to say that I will miss Ms. Reba Green as I saw her every day making her rounds and sitting in classrooms, talking to students and teachers, coaching us all to be the best possible learners that we possibly be. Thank you for hearing me. Thank you for hearing my request, and I hope to hear from you soon.
Board members, according to your policy, your public information period is 30 minutes long, and you have reached that time limit. However, your practice has also been to open the floor, so what would you like to do? Are there any other persons who would like to speak? Please come forward and sign your name. Again, please be reminded, if you're speaking as an individual, you have 3 minutes. Groups get 5 minutes, and there is no applause.
How y'all doing? Good evening, I'm Kenny Payne, teacher and head coach at Armstrong High School. Just last Wednesday, I was notified by a school official that my position would be posted on RPS staffing website. I feel that My situation was handled improperly for several reasons. First, I was told that I couldn't coach next year because the head coach must hold a teaching position at Armstrong High School. This is unfair because my Title I teacher position was recently affected by RPS budget cuts in 2019 through 20 school year. So I don't believe this should affect me directly because this matter was out of my control. Secondly, there are 4 current head coaches at Armstrong that do not work in the building or for RPS. So why is the football team being held to a different standard than other sports? Third, since my hiring in 2017, the football program has greatly improved with limited resources. The team has gone from 0-21 to back-to-back playoff appearances. In 2 years, the team participation has increased from 17 to 45 players on the current roster. Students have also gone on numerous college visits, received 6 scholarship offers, and all seniors are set to graduate on time. And over 20 Division I through II colleges have visited Armstrong School building throughout the day. I've left a positive mark on my student athletes, and I hate for our time to be cut short unjustly. Football players and students at Armstrong have showed major disgust with the decision made by school officials, so firing me wouldn't seem to be for the betterment of our kids. They've expressed their feelings on social media and even staged a peaceful protest at Armstrong's front office. Petitions were also distributed throughout the school and online. Over 500 supporters believe that my removal was unjust and wish for me to remain the head coach. So all I'm asking is for RPS to allow the students' voices to be heard and allow them to make a decision on whether I can stay the head football coach at Armstrong. I mean, this decision directly affects them.
While he's signing in, let the record reflect that we've been joined by our chair, Mrs. Page.
Good afternoon. My name is Orlando, and I am a senior at Armstrong High School. And this is a little details about the situation at our school. Our coach named Coach Mann is currently being fired for no reason, absolutely none. The students as a whole, collective body came together as one conscience to step up and speak out against his action. He is loved by the whole school. The principal, Dr. Willie Bell, told Payne that he would keep him at the position if he wanted to stay. A few weeks later, out of the blue, he went back on his own word and tried to sneak behind the faculty as a whole, and also the assistant athletic directors back to get him removed. Students decided the best action was to protest peacefully, but upon voicing our concern, we were threatened and told anyone who tried to speak on the situation or stand up for the protest would be removed and or paneled. We decided that we the students felt as a majority that this is unfair, and due to the situation, our school is in utter turmoil. Many students that even offered to leave the school. Upon putting up posters, security went around ripping them down. It was told us from many administrators that it doesn't matter how we feel. They even went as far as to use their personal cell phones and record the students protesting peacefully and chasing them away. We want to utilize our right to protest and be heard, not just as students, but as a community. The students have been wronged on many occasions, as we suffer enough from the rat-infested halls to the roaches all over our school buildings. This isn't something to complain about, but everyone has their limit. The students, not as individuals, but as a whole, feel that we want to be heard. In the past, many before us have aggressively and disruptively went about handling these matters, but we want to do it in a proper way. This is a term from the students, as not so many students have ever agreed or felt so strongly in a matter of this scale. We have even gathered signatures of students who have both gone and are going to agree to let him stay at our school. We feel as though he hasn't done anything wrong. In fact, we know so. He has done things and went to extremes for us students, unlike many of our teachers, with there being many, very few exceptions. He was one of his teachers who actually cares about us.
Thank you.
Well, thanks, I appreciate it.
My name is Charlotte Hare, and I'm a proud member of the Richmond Community High School family. And tonight I came to share some information with you that I feel has been delivered slowly and not given the respect that it should get. Since I've been at Richmond Community High School, I teach a course called Economics and Personal Finance. Every year that I have been there, my students have passed 100%, and we have always been in the top 10, the top 100 for women's financial literacy. We have banners hanging in the wall to show our accomplishments. This past year, I received information from Wise Financial Literacy that I was invited to come to New York for a ceremony that my school had placed in the top 10. I stand before you not for none of this is on me. I stand for my students that I've taught. I stand for those students who put their heart and soul and push themselves to meet the goals that I asked them to push for. I stand for them because I feel they should be recognized just as much as the National Teacher of the Year, because my students did something great. Last year I had a student for the first time in Wise Financial Literacy history to serve as a Wise Financial Literacy ambassador. She got a $2,000 check just to be an ambassador. That was last year. That same group of students that I taught made it possible for me to go to New York and receive a trophy. This trophy is recognizing Richmond Community High School as the top in the nation for small high schools. That means that my children scored better than anybody else in the nation in small high schools. I think that's something that we should be screaming from the rooftops. This is something that I don't know of any other school in Richmond of the children that have accomplished. People want to know, why am I so proud of my students? Because I've pushed them. Every school that I have taught in, I have pushed my students. My goal in Richmond Community is not just to get my students to pass the test. My goal is for them to score 95% on the test. If you've never sat for the test, if you don't know what it's about, please go to the website and find out. My children did a fantastic job. I stand here tonight because they earned this. They earned this. I don't know of any other school in this division that has one of these. And you should know what the children in this district are doing on a daily basis. This is not me, this is my students. These are the students I have the honor to work with every single day.
Thank you.
My name is Andre Mattingly, and I'm currently the multimedia production manager for RPS, and I will be speaking on behalf of the displaced workers for RPS. On May 1st, I attended a rapid response meeting for employees who are losing their positions. There I learned that we are known as displaced workers due to the fact that many of us are not able to retire, yet willing and able to work, and are being relieved of our positions through no fault of our own. I wish that a representative from the administration had been there. Perhaps then the administration would have heard the stories and concerns from those of us being cut. They would have heard the stories of a young woman who was so dedicated to her job that she drives around from DC almost every single day. The story of a man who claims that he has worked at RPS for over 20 years, and then at times has shown up to work on time every single day. They could have met the gentleman, who said that he was laid off back in 2012, only to be rehired and then laid off again. When I asked him why he came back, he replied, because I love working for my school system, and he doesn't even live in the city. Before I took this position, I did my research. I asked former and current employees about RPS because I wanted to know the good and the bad. And while I heard stories of mismanagement of funds, dilapidated schools, outdated computer systems, and RPS being a training ground for the counties, the three things that I heard consistently from the dozens of people that I spoke with was that, one, RPS is too political, meaning that the powers that be only deal with the people that they like or that can help them. Two, the administration and the school board either doesn't listen or doesn't care about what people are saying in terms of the wants and needs, meaning that these issues have been brought forth, but they were either ignored or nothing was done. Three, RPS does not care about its employees. These cuts are a perfect illustration of this beliefs. We, the displaced workers of RPS, know that cuts are sometimes necessary. Some of us have even experienced cuts before, I certainly have. But these cuts have been confusing and seemingly unnecessarily right from the beginning. Showing a good faith effort is ambiguous to say the least. This administration refused to divulge what positions were being cut and then felt pressured to do so. Had the administration sent a representative, that person would have heard many people angered by Jason's statements of our positions not being of value to RPS. That person would have heard that the last time that we received any information regarding our jobs was on March 4th. We were told that there would be someone to help us to find available jobs matching our skills within RPS or within the city. None of that has happened. We were told that there would be some benefits package given to us by April 1st. That has not happened. Jason stated that he would meet with each person individually. That has not happened. And to be clear, I am not the one saying these things. These are things that were openly discussed. We feel as though that there is no support or communication with us, and whenever someone makes an inquiry or asks for an update, we are told that we're working on it or that it's business as usual. This is yet another example of this administration reacting blindly and doing something without proper planning or forethought. Where are the measurable actions? Who's the point of contact, and why aren't we being updated on a regular basis? As one gentleman put it, once again, RPS throws people to the wolves and forgets about them. Board members, you should make it a priority to keep people, displaced workers, and the public updated every meeting. Are you even trying to save any of these positions? And if so, how many? Even if you're doing nothing, you should at least report that. The last time I was laid off, my then company announced that cuts were going to be made 8 months prior to the beginning of the fiscal year. This gave me time to start preparing the resumes, adjusting their budgets, and start looking for other positions. That senior team did their due diligence in trying to find and save as many jobs as possible. They set hard target dates. They gave information for points of contact. They offered resume and interview training. They gave on-the-job training, job shadowing, early retirement for those that qualified. They offered a hotline and a website for information. They even offered counseling. When these cuts were made, all of the then vice presidents and even the senior vice president offered personal letters of recommendation for each and every employee. They had a plan. They cared about their employees. This administration does not, except only to throw us to the wolves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Previous school board superintendent, I'm David Jones, I'm the head of the Drug Foundation. First of all, I'd like to say, contrary to belief, I truly do believe and do know that Superintendent Cameron and other school board members truly do care about our people. I do know this because I've seen it firsthand. I've seen you do things on the weekend with our foundation that was not, you didn't have to do it, but you did. And other board members here. So I truly do believe this. And so when I say I'm coming to you out of love and out of respect, I truly know this policy has to change. And you know, most of the time I come to you, I just come from my heart. I don't read anything. So when I'm reading this to you, it's your policy. It's to be a coach. I've been trying to want to be a high school coach, and I was a high school coach in Mount Justice High School for 4 years, 5 years. Qualifications. All coaches inter-school or league activities shall be licensed teachers regularly employed by the school board. This part right here, or otherwise have special permission from the superintendent's office and VHSA. The other coaches and sponsors and activities must have demonstrated ability to develop and manage athletic activities sanctioned by VHSA, bilingual skills included RA+. Those are required. So, when I was a coach at Thomas Jefferson High School for 4 or 5 years, me and the head, I was the JV 9th grade head coach and he was the varsity head coach. Neither one of us were school employees. Both of us on our own business. And in that 5 years, we put a $70,000 weight room in that school, we put a $40,000 locker room in that school, we put a $20,000 scoreboard up, all due to private donations. All due to private donations. We sent over 40 kids a year to camp for free, all due to private donations. So, and for me, I'm just going to say it personally to a friend that I work with, Superintendent Cameron, the only way that I will ever be coaching the Thomas and Richmond City High School again, it will be with you and we say, okay. And with that okay, a lot of kids will get a lot of money. And I'm not the only person that's applied, that's been in this position, but this policy right here is hindering a lot of our kids from getting things that they deserve. And it will take a lot of pressure off of you all. Because I believe you want to see our school in the best conditions and with the best people and the best things. So when you put people in place that's all-time millionaires, don't judge the book by the cover. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't. I truly don't. I've worked hard to become this. So, and I believe everything repeats after its own time. So when you got 60 to 40 young men sitting in front of you, 5 of them may go to college. 5. What are the rest going to do? So when they see somebody that has their own company, their own businesses, they have dreams and goals, and they see that this can happen. This can happen. Everything repeats after its own time. So you got a teacher that's working 8 hours in the school system, then you have to put another 4 hours in coaching. Then you have to find another time to raise money for the kids. But when you're self-employed, you make your own step. You can talk to a lot of different people at a lot of different times. And you can do a lot of different things to help. So again, to the board, to the superintendent, this policy is hindering our young men and women in Richmond Public Schools. There's a lot of able-bodied coaches and people that would love to be there, and would love to donate, and would love to put forth the effort to improve our schools, athletically and offensively. So I pray that you consider it. There's some coaching jobs open right now that, like I said, the only way it's going to happen is if that you step in and say, okay, let's give these people a shot. So again, I thank you and I bless you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. How are you today? Also, good afternoon in Africa, my representative in this college. I'd like to share communication that I sent from this college concerning an item you have that's going to be addressed in the closed session on tonight, 11:01. Yes, my name is Alfred Powell. And I'm at Overview Shepherd Elementary School. I just want to share a brief portion of it that I won't go into the sections that maybe have the best public display. But I'm Alfred Powell Jr., Library Reader Specialist at Overview Shepherd Elementary School. I'm writing this letter in support of Ms. Carol Lancaster, the principal. I've worked within Richmond Public Schools for 5 years in other districts, Washington, D.C., Maryland, and also Petersburg. I've worked with Ms. Lancaster since her assignment to Overview Shepherd Elementary School. She has exemplified a passion for the academic, social, and personal growth of children, especially those who have experienced extreme trauma. She has also, with intentionality, built bridges, dramatically improved and increased our parent engagement. Yes, we teach, advocate, and protect in a very challenging environment, and experience dynamics that are not as prevalent in many other parts of the city. Our school has been identified as a school with a neighborhood and student body which experiences extreme measures of trauma, in addition to poverty. To her credit, she does not let any social indicator hinder her insistence on offering the best for our students. Ms. Lancaster Gay also provides opportunity after opportunity for teachers to grow in practice and general professional development for awareness in these areas. She's provided multiple trainings, workshops, and directives to improve instruction with rigor and address the needs of the whole child, encouraging all in contact with children to daily show love, compassion, empathy, equity, equality, rigor, have high expectations, and especially exercise trauma-informed care. Ms. Lancaster Gay is pro-student and pro-educator, and goes out of her way to convey and institute recommendations from the State of Virginia Department of Education, Central Office, proven best practices, and data-driven education research. She has given our staff endless opportunities and support to engage and inspire students. Some take advantage, however, some do not. Some have bought in and some have deliberately opted not to conform and grow. Some encourage others and staff members to not follow any suggestions. In your deliberations, please consider continuing with Ms. Lancaster Gay. From your advantage point, whatever improvements you deem are needed concerning Ms. Lancaster Gay or our school, please provide necessary advisement and afford her the opportunity to make those improvements and experience growth. Our students deserve the stability and the advocate they have in Ms. Carol Lancaster Gay. Thank you for the time and opportunity.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Pamphile Watkins. My name is Pamphile Watkins. I am a grandmother of two. My mother attends Martin Luther King Middle School as well as Woodville Elementary Middle School. I'm sorry, Woodville Elementary School. Mrs. Schobert is our 7th District Representative. Superintendent Jason Cameron and all RPS school board members, and of course our school board representative, Mrs. Cheryl L. Thank you for the support that is given to Martin Luther King Jr. Middle School, Principal Ann Dabney. I was amazed as well as pleased to see the male teachers and staff members that were in the school during my visit of last week. Personally, I do feel that they're needed in the schools, and it's more so because of the areas that are served and some of the challenges that the students are meeting. Also, I am pleased to say that Mrs. Shannon Washington, the principal at Woodville Elementary School, is making progress as well. I do thank you all for helping them and answering to their requests that they have that are given at the time of need. I ask that Annette Danny and Shannon Washington will continue not only to remain there, but I ask that you all support their request. Be willing to increase male teachers and staff members because they can make a difference with the students and it can help surpass education as well as trickle positively into our neighborhoods as we increase our male staff. Thank you for all that you're doing and have a great day.
Thank you. This concludes our public information period. Next item.
The next item is item 4, board business. 4.01, receive reports from board members on external committees or board assignments and conferences attended. And Madam Chair, I have no reports from board members this evening.
So board members, please be reminded, as you have committed to serving on external committees, please provide the board an update at our next meeting, next board meeting. Going forward. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The mathematics regret to inform my colleagues, despite my best efforts to the contrary, that the Mathematics Regional Governor's School voted 10-2. You can
guess who one of the two votes was. Voted 10-2 to approve a $586 increase in tuition. That's per capita student. We have 74 students enrolled at ARGS. The new cost is $7,580. So this information I shared obviously with our senior leadership along with the board leadership, but it will realize a significant new cost that we'll have to identify for the 19-20 year. Thank you.
So board members, just as Mr. Young just shared the information with us, so Mr. Young did share the information with the administration. So as we speak, work is being done to adjust or to realize the increase in student grades, the issues facing the Appomattox Government School. And Mr. Young, if you could also provide a write-up to send to the clerk for the record. Thank you. Mr. Barlow?
Yes, Madam Chair. So with regard to Maggie Walker in Code RVA, I am more than happy to provide a write-up as well. We have not seen any tuition increases at those schools. At this point, we have reduced the number of students allocated to Code RVA, so that's something that I hope we can discuss further as we continue through the budget process. Because as a new school, they do rely on our ability to provide students in particular. So that was part of the budget reductions because we used one-time funds last year. So my hope is that we can maintain the level that we were staffing before, but that'll be a topic for further discussion. And that's what I have for those schools at this point, but I'm happy to provide a written report with the detail.
Thank you. Next item.
The next item is item 5, administration business 5.01, receive an update on the VDOE MOU and corrective action plans.
Thank you, and good evening. We're okay? Quickly, we had one of our recent MOU meetings on April 18th, where we focused on essential actions in the operations part of the organization. The key essential actions being develop, implement, and monitor an evidence-based capital improvement plan that includes facilities and maintenance expenditures and that aligns with the vision's goals, budget policies, implement and monitor training to keep employees up to date with trends in maintenance and operations, and develop, implement, and monitor a process to ensure expenditures are within local, state, and federal budgets and ensure funds are fully expended within designated timelines. A series of artifacts were presented in this binder for discussion. I want to recognize Mr. Simmons and his team for putting this together, and I will make it available to the board if you'd like to look through it. I will say the state was very pleased with some of the progress that we had made, and it was a very positive session. Obviously, there's still a lot more work to do, but generally speaking, the state was very happy with the progress being made and the direction that we're heading in the operations part of the organization. Our next meeting is on June 25th. That's it.
Ms. Burke?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm delighted to hear that the State Department is pleased that we're moving forward. I think we here at this level know we're moving forward, but at some point, not right now, I would love to see documentation or a listing of what we have improved in, so that we can share that with our constituency, our communities, so that they will know that we have better attendance, so we have fewer suspensions, or our graduate rate has improved at the end of this school year before we move forward, so that we all can have that as information for the public.
Absolutely, and I believe at our next meeting, I'm looking to Ms. UNESCO, we will be discussing more information about the goals and documenting them and the process for all of that, which will be included. It's June 17th will be the time where we'll dig into all of it. Absolutely, absolutely.
Mr. Barlow?
Thank you for the update, Mr. Cameron. It would also be great with these meetings to at least have a summary of issues discussed that we can look back and reflect on. Obviously, this is a very important, we all know this is a very important relationship for us, so just to at least know the topics that were discussed.
Yes, in fact, I have a document here which I'll have Michelle upload right now.
Great.
And we will, as a matter of practice, do that every time.
Great, thank you.
Just to echo what my colleagues, Mr. Barlow and Ms. Burke, I think it's critical, very important that our families, the public, are well aware of the progress that we are making, because so often we hear about what's not working, what we have to correct. So I think it's important that people hear that progress is being made. Progress, we may not be moving as fast as we would like, but progress is being made. Mr. Barlow?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that in mind, I think that it's extremely important for us to communicate our progress, but also to the extent that stakeholders are aware of some of the additional burdens that are being placed on them. There's a lot of additional documentation that our teachers and our principals are going through because of the MOU that we've entered with the state and the improvement plan. So to the extent that we can communicate that, so people understand that there are these pressures, and so we can continue to weigh this relationship and balance the effort that we're putting into it versus the results that we're seeing.
Thank you. Next item.
The next item is 5.02, receive an update from the joint construction team.
Good evening, school board. I want to provide a monthly update for the joint construction team. I want to start off just by saying that as of today, none of the projects are reporting that they are not on schedule or they are not on schedule. But during our last conversation, there were questions around some of the value of engineering, some of the ways that we are planning to. Thank you. There was some conversation on some of our value engineering and how we are working to rein in costs. So I wanted to do a quick overview of some of those high dollar items. So first, at George Mason, the city and RPS are removing post-event emergency shelter generators. There will still be generators on site, just not the kind of generators that will allow these buildings to be used as post-event shelters. Second, we're changing some of the flooring from rubber tile to the more commonly used VCT flooring. We're also changing the white stained concrete in the parking area, which would have earned us additional LEED credits, to asphalt. And finally, we're removing some of the solar power infrastructure, but still planning to leverage our relationship with our Secure Futures partner in order to bring solar to those buildings. I also want to note that because George Mason is what's considered an historic area in Richmond, that the project has to go to the city's Commission of Architectural Review. We split the George Mason project into 2 separate CAR submissions, the first being the construction of the new building and the second being the demolition of the old building. The new construction was cleared by CAR, but we still need to bring forth the demolition proposal, which we plan to do later this year to CAR. Because the George Mason site is so compact, the JCT and administration feel strongly that we do need to demolish the building in order to provide sufficient green space for the school and for the community. Moving down to green, in order to control costs, we're doing much of the same that we are doing at George Mason. We're removing the positive emergency shelter generator again. We're changing the flooring in a lower traffic area from rubber tile to DCT. We're also changing the parking lot material here as well. We're actually making really good progress at green. If you drive by on a sunny day, you see a lot of activity, which is pretty amazing to see. Moving down to the middle school on the whole, I do want to make sure that the board is aware of an issue that happened shortly after our last JCT update. So our construction firm found parts of the old Elkhart building that should have been removed during demolition and still buried underground. So immediately we contacted the architect, the subcontractor responsible for removing those pieces, and the city, and we received verbal and written confirmation from the subcontractor to go back in and remove those pieces that need to come out. We sent in ground penetrating radar last week. We identified 3 areas of concern from the beginning, but we do have a final report due out sometime this week where we'll have a better sense of what all is on the entire area. At this moment, we don't believe that this is going to cause a delay in schedule, but I do want to hold off until we get the final report before we can definitively say that we're on track and there are no issues there. And finally, I also want to note at a very high general level that some of the packages that we're getting from subcontractors are coming in higher than anticipated. We'll be able to provide an updated budget at the next JCT meeting in June. So with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Dr. Zucchini, Ms. Burke, Ms. Gibson, then Mr. Young, and Mr. Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Just out of curiosity, what is the difference in cost between what you were going to do and what you're planning to do?
Yes, we are still working on that. We hope to present it to JCT this week by this Thursday's meeting. But all of these items that I listed are all in the 6-figure range. Each of the different swaps, I should say. So from taking away the generators, that's about $200,000, we believe. We're going down less. Each of the savings will be in the 6-figure range.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 2 questions. I understand what rubber tile is. What is DCT?
It's a vinyl tiling. I prefer the rubber because it's easier to maintain. The vinyl is in a lot of our schools right now. And it's an industry standard, so we're not seeing a huge decline in quality.
So that's different, that's similar to what's in Chimborazo on the breezeway. A lot of schools, still has it.
I think that might be.
Square tiles and it's durable.
It's not that or Chimborazo, I'm not sure. I've got
in their breezeway. I know the breezeways that were added 20 years ago, they had it wasn't regular rubber tile, it was a different industrial tile. I guess I remember you see. My other question is, this week I haven't been over to the site for George Mason, but usually weekly I do.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the activity yet. Is there a reason for that?
They are still getting in their subcontractor bids, and that's why we don't have the updated budget yet to prepare. Once we get that in, we'll be able to provide updated budgets for all of the projects, and you'll see some activity on that side.
So Green has activity, and the South Side, Lewiston has activity, and we here in the 7th District?
We're going to get it done. This was one of the, so the construction firm for that particular project wanted to get it all done at once. This was their path to getting this completed, but they are not off schedule.
They're off schedule.
They are not off schedule.
Ms. Gibson.
Thank you. I have a few questions. One is Well, to begin, I wanted to reiterate my request to get a more detailed breakdown of the construction costs for each school. That would be helpful as we are now beginning to weigh possible savings from value engineering. So if you could advise when we'd be able to see that.
We plan to have updated budgets with a lot more detail by the next JCTP, or update for the board.
My next question is regarding the so you had noted that the subcontractor costs are coming in high, and given that the pricing that we've received thus far is construction management at risk, which my understanding would be the top threshold of the price, is.
Well, the bids that are coming in are being used to help us to create our guaranteed maximum price. We don't have that yet. Once those bids do come in, we'll have our GPs. We'll be able to know definitively this is the top of what these schools will cost. We don't have GPs yet for this.
So can you just clarify the difference between the GMPs and the budgets that we've received thus far?
Those were budget estimates. One of the GMPs tried to say that those were just weird. That was what we anticipated at the time, given some of the other data that we had, just given the market, the VDOE data, the state was reporting those were best guess estimates.
Thank you. A couple of other questions.
Ms. Gibson, to give everyone an opportunity, we'll circle back over now. Mr. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, thank you, Darren. Appreciate all your hard work. And my question regards if there are other savings opportunities that the JCT had a kind of conversation relevant to beyond the scope of what you provided us, and if there were other conversations relevant to savings, if there is an opportunity, perhaps as soon as that next meeting, 2 weeks from today, on the 20th, for this board to deliberate there too. So kudos on identifying the savings here, because it looks like $500,000, $600,000 in savings, ballpark per school, ballpark.
But what else can we do?
But what else can we do?
So we want to take programming off the table. We don't want to touch the programming in the school, the academic programming. Right now we're looking at all of our lead credits and trying to put together the value analysis, like is it worth it to go with this particular teacher? There are some other pieces that are on the table. I just don't think they're going to hit the six-figure threshold that we're trying to find right now.
Mr. Barlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would also like to have a better idea of what some of those items might be. In particular, I'm curious about the post-event shelter generators that are being removed at this point from the scope of each of these buildings. Has that already been discussed with the city?
Yes, the city is on board with that.
Okay, and are the current buildings at these locations outfitted to be post-event shelters, or was this something that we were hoping to accomplish?
No, we should be pretty good post-event shelters.
Okay, so the city, I am assuming, feels comfortable with the level of support that we're able to provide with facilities in the event of a disaster.
I don't plan to speak for the city, but I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Sapine.
Yes, with regard to the solar that you mentioned, was there some sort of benefit that we were thinking of to, I guess, have a different company provide the solar power and then now switching it to a company that we're already leveraging?
Yeah, so initially, Secure Futures was only brought on to do 10 schools. That's what our current arrangement is, our MOU is. We went back to them as we started to think about ways to lower the cost and see if they would be open to adding these 3 additional schools, and they are. But we have to make the decision relatively fast so that we can get the savings that we need in terms of the materials that we need to purchase. So it was just something where we wanted to try to find ways to cut costs. We went to our current partners to see if we can adjust our current arrangement, and they were amenable to it.
Ms. Gibson and Mr. Young.
Thank you. So the other questions that I have, and I have 3 additional questions or thoughts. One is regarding backfilling for the, to address the demolition findings at the former Alfred Thompson Middle School. The letter that was uploaded to Board Docs notes that the backfilling of these areas will be a shared scope with the cost being shared among SB Cox Inc. and parties to be determined. I was wondering if you could provide some clarity on that.
Yeah, Janelle actually talked about that. It's not our position that our position be liable for the backfill costs, and that's the position we want to take. That's all we have right now.
Do you have an understanding of which parties they were referencing as potentially?
I do not.
Thank you. My next question is regarding the estimate for the our facilities plan pricing, if there's any timing or update regarding that.
Yeah, we found some really good RFPs online that really spell out the process for the FCAs. We're trying to draft one together now. We're ballparking about $250K.
So I think that the pricing for that seems incredibly high, but I'm just hoping to get a date on when when we'll have that draft RFP for review.
Okay. I think we just need time to put it together, run it by legal, maybe like mid-end of June at the earliest.
Okay. And then my final thought was just regarding the architectural review process for George Mason. You know, I wanted to note that it seems like a disconnect that given that we're collaborating with the city to the now at this stage, I mean, I know that architectural reviews, panels are often a tough process to navigate, but given that we have a project manager that's been working with the city, it's disappointing that this wasn't caught a little bit sooner.
It was called. This was an intentional, separating into 2 separate pieces was intentional. Had it all gone forward in one proposal, the construction and the demolition, we still be trying to get approval, I think, for the project. We look over the ground, or the about breakdown of the project. So I do believe that separating the 2 pieces and getting this piece done first bought us some time.
Thank you.
Mr. Young?
Yeah, I don't want to belabor the point that I tried to make earlier, but first I want to commend you for coming back with these savings. Is real money. $500,000 per school is real money. But I would like to solicit the chair and my colleagues your interest in providing some direction to JCT in specific. I mean, for example, I would love at that next meeting, and thank you if I heard you correctly, you're going to come back with a more exhaustive list of some other things that may not that may not pass muster in regards to what we would want to do, but perhaps we could provide some direction. For example, come back with $1 million per school, or come back with $2 million per school for our consideration. And I suspect a lot of these things we may say, a majority of the board may say no, that doesn't pass muster because of X, Y, and Z. But it would seem to me to be to our benefit to provide a little direction in regards to some targets relative to savings.
Okay, and to that point, we all know that the JCT meetings are open because they're listed on the calendar of the events board members may be in attendance. So those are good points to figure out how, if there is any cost savings. But my question, Mr. Simmons, I want to go back to the middle school on Hall Street. I'm very concerned that now, because the land has been, the site has been prepped for the new school. So SV Cox was a subcontractor to remove all the debris on that site.
Yes.
And so who subcontracted them?
Are you referring to the architects?
Yes, what was the company that
That was
subcontracted?
VDOE.
So,
And they're now Point Evans.
so they were subcontracted by VCWH. There was no, I guess, agreement, oversight to ensure that the debris had been completely removed.
Yeah, there was. And talking to both Point Evans, formerly VCWH, and SB Cox about what happened. Well, first SB Cox completely owned it. They said, yes, we missed this. It was unintentional. We're not sure what happened. We're going to make it right. So I think if there were checks and balances in place, for whatever reason, I just think that these areas weren't addressed.
And I just think it's imperative that we have documentation to address this problem, and they are taking responsibility for the debris being left behind, because the last thing that we need is for this to come back on this board. I think we need something in writing to ensure that this matter will be addressed.
Absolutely. I think once we get the radar report this week, we're going to go back to SB Cox and request that we get them to put in writing the timeline of which they're going to be to remove the debris. That's the next step. I agree.
So, but this will not delay the construction of the middle school on Hall Street.
As of today, in the 3 areas that we've identified, we can say no. I do want to wait till we get the radar report this week to view all the data, to talk to SB Cox about it, to make sure that that is the case before I can definitively say this will not impact the schedule. But right now, no.
So this is my last question. So what has BCWH, what part have they played in this issue?
When we met last week, they were in the meeting with myself, the city, and SB Cox, and they said you have to fix this. They're going to bat with RPS. I don't think they're trying to shirk responsibilities here. They're trying to make this right.
And you said we will have an update by the status?
Yes, I hope to have a status update with the timeline for JCT this Thursday. We'll definitely include it in next month's JCT update for the board.
Okay. We can't have issues like this come up unexpected. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you provide some idea of what the chronology is relative to if we adopt additional value engineering reductions? So this body will convene as a whole 2 weeks from today. On the 20th, you're going to come back, thank you, with an more exhaustive list. Again, kudos for this, but we're getting pretty close where we've got to make final decisions.
Right.
Do you have an idea of what that looks like? Is that May, June? Is that?
Yeah, I have a general idea. I can go back to the city and to make sure they were all aligned and get that we can do at JCT.
And, thank you. And for the chair and for my colleagues, at that next meeting, if it's the will of the group, is there an opportunity to have our RMM along with ACOM here to speak to some of those value engineering proposals?
If that's the board's pleasure. You said the next board meeting or the next update, JCT update, which would be in June, the first meeting in June?
Well, I'm just mindful of the horse is getting ready to leave the barn pretty soon. You think in June, July?
Yeah,
Something.
we can reach out tomorrow. I'll try to get them on board with this.
So, yeah, so I think for that reason, it'd probably be best if that next meeting, 2 weeks from today.
So,
Yes.
you're saying,
Make
just want to make it clear. Mrs. Simmons,
We're saying the May 20th.
you're saying the May 20th.
I was saying that the June meeting. You're saying the May 20th.
I mean, if that, would such a discussion in June be too late in terms of the schedule to have an effect? Could we do this if the board would permit us to give Mr. Simmons some time to go back to the architect and the construction firms, and we can follow up once we have more information? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work. We know this is a daunting task. This is great students. Next item.
The next item is 5.03, receive an update on rezoning and facilities plan.
Back up for another daunting task. Done by Matt Crawford.
How you doing, Mr. Crawford? It's nice to see you again.
So Matt is here to give an overview of the demographic and capacity reports that were uploaded to Board Docs. To the board members who have already provided their recommendations for the rezoning committee, thank you so much. We're still missing a few, I believe, though, so please get those to us no later than noon tomorrow. We do plan to reach out to those folks tomorrow for a meeting the last week of this month. So with that, I'll turn it over to Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Cameras, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you guys tonight. I'm here to give you an update on some of the progress that we've been making and just to give you a little quick overview on our tasks and some of our findings. As it relates to a demographic study, capacity study, and also a little glimpse into some utilization and looking at what we've done is we've done a demographic study, a 10-year population enrollment study. We've also calculated the capacities, the school capacities, and reaffirmed those. And then we've married those two together in looking at utilization and how does that relate, how do those relate in terms of a 10-year utilization at the school level. So that's what my intent is for tonight to present to you. Just a little quick overview. I am Matthew Crawford of Crawford GIS Consulting. We work with school districts all over the country and do just this type of work. Our specialty is school redistricting, rezoning. We do population enrollment forecasting, demographics, and help with facility planning for districts all over the country, everywhere from 2,000 to 200,000 students. And we're honored to be working here in Richmond and as well as other districts in the area. We've done a lot of work in Virginia school divisions and in addition to other school divisions. So we bring to the table a lot of expertise in what has and what hasn't worked in school districts and divisions all across the country. And we also bring technology to the table and in using geographic information systems and mapping technology to be able to make accurate and informed decisions. So we are here because we were hired by the school district to do several components of work. One of them is a demographic study, so looking at your demographics and looking at the enrollment in the district and doing a 10-year enrollment forecast by school, by grade, and which we have completed. We also were tasked to do a capacity study, so walking through each of the buildings in the district and meeting with the principals and interviewing them and getting an understanding of how the building is being used to get you a good usable capacity number. And then finally, we did a utilization forecast, like I said, and tied those two together, which I'm going to present to you tonight. This is all part of a preparation and building tools and materials in preparation for the rezoning study that is underway, that we're preparing and building tools and materials for that. And going to be starting in the next month or two with a community-based process and working with the committee and planning team and engaging the public through a series of, through a process of rezoning. But I want to talk about the demographic study. So we did a detailed demographic study looking at all of your schools and studying the population and demographic dynamics of each school, looking at down at the individual school attendance area level. There's a lot of material in here. It's about a 56-page PowerPoint, but so I'm going to sort of go through it and touch on some of the high-level things. If you have detailed questions, I'd be happy to follow up and circle back and answer any other questions that you have. But one of the things that we like to state is there are a set of assumptions that we put in place that basically that we identify that are non-demographic variables that if these assumptions start to deviate from what we've assumed, your enrollment is going to cause your enrollment to deviate from what we have forecasted. So what we do is we do a demographic-based forecast. So holding these non-demographic variables constant, this is what your enrollment should do. And there are always things, non-demographic variables that come into play in any district as you do this work that can play with the numbers and actually cause numbers to deviate. We have done demographic studies in this district, I think 2 or 3 times previously, and we have been tracking very well at the district level. As you start to get to the attendance area level, it starts to get a little more fluctuation. The nature of the district and how students are enrolled, there's a lot of choice in the district, and those are some things that vary from year to year. So it's hard to get a very detailed and pinpoint accurate forecast at the attendance area level because of the variability that occurs in the district with open enrollment and the fluctuation of population and things that are a small area. But our forecasts of the district have been good. A couple of things to note on the assumptions is we have a series of them. But one of the things that, a couple of key ones that I wanted to mention was item M is that no additional subsidized and or public housing communities are closed over the next 10 years. That can have a substantial impact on enrollment if a large area that has a dense population changes over into a different use. That moves population and causes us to have to relook at where the population is going. And for example, there was a large scale housing development just across the street from Henderson Middle, and that has a lot of apartments, I'd say nearly 1,000 units that have been discontinued, and they're working to rehabilitate those. And something like that can have an impact on the population of the area and also the enrollment. So our assumption is that there is not going to be any other anticipated closures or consolidations or additional construction of things like that would, if that were to occur, it would cause a deviation from our forecast. But we keep an eye on it, and we keep tracking activity in the district as we work. Another thing to note with our forecast is we assume the same rate of in and out migration into a school constant. So if there's students attend a school, they may not live inside that school attendance area. Some students that can choose to come in from out of zone into a school, and likewise students who live in a zone can choose to go elsewhere. We're holding those types of things constant for the purpose of keeping things continuity and also making sure that we focus solely on demographic-based factors as we do our forecast. But there are a series of assumptions that you can look through, and if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer. When we do our forecast, we do a population forecast, and we believe that in order to understand what's going to happen to enrollment, you have to understand what's going to happen to your population as a whole. Aging and age structure of communities is a primary driver of change in enrollment, and that's something that we focus on. And then on top of that, you look at in and out migration and other factors. So we do a full population study in addition to that drives the enrollment forecast. And so for each attendance area, when you look at our study, you'll see that there is an actual population forecast of 0 to 4, 5 to 9, all the way to 85 plus years of age, broken out into cohorts so that you can see how communities are changing, not only enrollment, but students. It's important to know those type of factors, and which communities are turning over, maybe empty nesting and younger families moving in, or which areas may be starting to empty nest and may not be moving, which will result in a decline in enrollment. Those types of factors are things that we look at as we do our study. A couple of notes that some of the things just to talk quickly about some of the data sets that we provided that we study. Things like households with population under 18 and a percentage of households with populations under 18. Those are to see where the school-age children are as per the census. We're looking at not only public school students, but also studying the total population by age and looking at those household characteristics.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I recall reading somewhere in some of your documents that you use additional data sets beyond just the 2010 census, since it's rather dated at this point, IRS and other data sets. Can you just share a little bit about that as well?
Yes, so we look at the census data gives us a base, and it is 2019, and we're looking at 2010 census. But there's pros and cons to that. And the pros to that is that we can look at your enrollment today in the last 9 years, and looking at the census data and understand what should your enrollment have done. Looking at the census data and aging that forward 9 years. So the census data is a very viable and still a valuable data set to work with. We also look at IRS for migration to see where families, households are coming from and where they're going to. And so IRS reports a lot of information about in and out migration. We also track other online sources for housing, such as Zillow and Realty Track, to look at where the home sales, existing home sales are and the rate of existing home sales, as well as Realty Track gives us an idea of foreclosures and how the foreclosure market looks. And finally, we look at your enrollment data and taking your student enrollment information, mapping that out so that we can understand the nature of students and where they're coming and going based on versus where they live. So those pieces, as well as studying other local data sets from the city and comprehensive plans and things like that, those we try to factor in as much local data as we possibly can. So looking at data like householders aged 35 to 54, that's the prime householders that primarily have children, so looking at the composition of those per each elementary attendance area, percentage of householders that own homes, and householders age 65 plus. That gives us a good proxy on where there may be some turnover, home turnover, and things like that. Other information, percentage of single-person households or single-person households over 65 is another good variable to study. And looking at how each of your attendance areas and communities in your district differ, but also which areas may be experiencing turnover and likely to see turnover and things like that. Other data and information we look at is the census reports individual year of age, and this is interesting information. If you look at the total, you'll see that under 1 year is much greater than the 10 years. And it's sort of if you were to trace this on a bar graph, it would be going down, or the incoming cohorts, age cohorts, are much larger than their older cohort. So what this tells us is that looking at the census data from 2010, in the last 10 years, Richmond Public Schools should have experienced enrollment growth, and you have. And so things that we're studying are materializing as we have anticipated and as we're tracking. This is a part that we look at, live-attend analysis is what we call to track mobility. So this helps us understand where students are living versus attending schools. I have a middle school, what we call a matrix up here, for example. And if you look at the top row, it shows how many students live in each attendance area that go to Richmond Public Schools. So for instance, Elkhart Thompson has 1,061 6th through 8th graders that go to Richmond Public Schools that live inside that attendance area. But Elkhart, and if you look on the left, going down, you'll see Elkhart Thompson has 828 students enrolled. So you can compare this to see how they differ. The green diagonal, and this key kind of can give you a little better overview on how to interpret this, but the green diagonal represents students that live inside that zone that go to that home school. And then there are the other number that you see outside of those rows, or outside the green diagonal, represents students that go to another school that don't live inside their home attendance area. And so we've done this for elementary, middle, and high, and have been studying this, and we do hold these rates constant. But you'll see that there aren't too many big surprises for me. The schools that have specialty programs, such as Bedford Middle, you see have large numbers of students that live outside of their zone that attend that school, and that's kind of the way the programs have been designed at that building, for example. And then I have just the full matrix, and in the back of the presentation or inside your presentation, you'll see the elementary. We have it for K-5, and we also have it for 9-12. You can also see the specialty schools and schools that don't have any boundaries that are reported on there, and that shows you where those students live that attend those various schools that don't have the standard attendance boundary title either. So the enrollment forecast shows an increase in elementary in the next 5 years. There's a bubble that's moving through. So the kids have moved into the district, and they're going to age through the system. But you see, after the first 5 years, we do anticipate that your elementary enrollment is going to level off. You've had a lot of enrollment growth in south of the district, and that's something that going through the buildings was an eye opener for me. And doing the FAFSA study, I did it back in 2009, 10 years ago, and I got to say that I think that your schools are not facilities, but I was really impressed with the administrators and the principals. They're all very helpful and very positive. Just the environment, the atmosphere, and the attitude in the building felt very positive in all the buildings that I walked through. But Broadbach was one that comes to mind in terms of being just so overcrowded, and with the portable school out front. It's something that certainly I know is on your radar in terms of a concern in the South. We've seen with enrollment growth in that area, a large influx of enrollment, and that enrollment's going to age through. But we do feel like that area is going to be getting to a point where there's a critical mass of housing, and that you've had so much of an influx of population into that southern part of the region that there's really not a whole lot more housing that can take at the same rates of in-migration that occurred historically there. But if you look at a district as a whole, you see the elementary enrollment going up in the next 5 years, but then you see it at the final 10, it's going to level back off, right back to where you are right now, which is elementary. And I think that I would consider that good and bad news, so that can give you some relief in some of the places that are most overcrowded. But that's what we see at your elementary. Your middle school and high school, you see consistent growth, and that's 2 years before that. If you have students move into the system in elementary, and they're seeing enrollment growth projected in 4 classes at middle and high school through the life of the 4 class. It does vary from place to place, and enrollment does fluctuate from place to place. Some places we see declines, and other places we see growth. And so it's important to note that the change, the forecast change is not constant. It's not consistent from zone to zone, or region to region in the district, and that it does vary. I've tied a lot of this into maps here at the end of this presentation. I think pretty informative. But it was informative to me, it helps inform me as we get into rezoning, and it should also certainly be informative to anybody who's interested in Richmond City. Some of the findings in the enrollment forecast is that I think that I've pretty much touched on it pretty well in terms of what we see happening to enrollment and where it's going. In that we see the elementary going up and growing, and the middle and high are continuing to increase. To be mindful of the time, I'm going to move on to the capacity study and keep moving ahead. And I'm happy to answer questions as we go along. So the second part that I talked about was the capacity study. We worked over the last several months and visiting all the buildings and walking through all the schools, which is an honor to do. We have used some class size assumptions. So what we do is we study the floor plans for each school. Then we walk through the building with the principal and interview the principal and ask them how each of the rooms are being used, what grade levels are in the various rooms, and if I see rooms that don't have a grade level in it, for example, for elementary, I ask the principal,
times you'll see that a school that has excess capacity that may be a little under-enrolled, principals are spread out. They make use of all the space they have available, which is what principals do. They're very resourceful. Likewise, in schools that are overcrowded, you'll see them, they're taking closets, and they're taking spaces that should not be suitable or that should not be a standard classroom, and they're educating kids in there.
So what part of the work that we do and some of the expertise that we have as part of this is identifying not only how the building is being used by the principal, but also understanding, asking the principal, okay, so I see you may have in an elementary school on this one wing, you may have 4 resource rooms, 4 rooms that you're using for pull-out. If you had more students in your school, could you work with fewer resource rooms? Sometimes they'll have 4 resource rooms and they'll spread out because they have the space, but they could really work with 1 or 2 instead of 4. And talking with the principals, we work through that. In my capacity study, you'll see I have assumptions for the rooms where I have made some of those judgment calls and where they can make better use of space, or where the school could obtain more students if they needed to. We don't count special pull-out rooms. We like to set aside a certain number of pull-out spaces at each school for resource so that students can get some individual instruction. We try to avoid having students being taught in hallways and things like that we see in a lot of schools in Richmond in the more crowded buildings. So, and then we don't count music and art, and then library spaces and course spaces. Those kind of spaces aren't counted into the full into the capacity of the buildings. For elementaries, for middle schools, we do count that. We do count lab spaces because middle school and high school instruction is delivered a little bit differently. In elementary, students stay in the room and they are educated all day in their room. In middle and high, students go to the teacher, so they travel from place to place. So it's a little bit different of a dynamic, and so for that reason, we do count the special teaching spaces for middle and high school. But there are certain spaces that we don't, things that aren't the general classroom type setting, like band or choir, those types of spaces we don't count. Or if it's like a wood shop, we won't count wood shop space, but we'll count if there's a classroom tied to a wood shop, we'll count that in capacity. You guys okay? Am I going too fast?
That's all right, there's a lot here.
Okay. One of the things to note with the capacity is that you have a lot of portables in certain locations to help address your overcrowding. So what I've done is I've created what I call an ideal and also an existing capacity. So the ideal is what the capacity would be of that building with no portables. The existing is what capacity of the building is using those portables. And I'm referring to portables that are more permanent, that have concrete was poured, there's decking around them. They look like more of a semi-permanent structure, like Broad Rock, Miles Jones, and Reed, places like that. Places that may have like 1 or 2 rooms, like Fox, those I don't count in the capacity, and because it's just a couple of 2 classrooms that are sort of out there. But those type of capacity, those type of spaces are not factored into our capacity. But for the ones that have a large stock of portables out there, I've given you 2 different looks because from what I've seen at first glance, there's some parts of the district where you're going to have to live with portables until you can add more capacity to the district. And I think that it should probably be understood that the construction that's being planned for this district isn't going to resolve all of the overcrowding in the district in the long term. It's going to help, but it's not going to provide all the answers that you have. And I wish I had a better answer than that, but that's what I'm seeing so far. So tying together the enrollment forecast and the capacity is what we've done in terms of utilization. And what we've done is we've given a color scale, a color range. It goes from light green to the standard green, which is 85–95% utilization, which is kind of what we see as an ideal number for a school. And then you start getting in 3 levels above that, up to over 115% is the darkest pink. And so you'll see that we have a table that shows each school and the utilization, how full is the building now and also in the 10 years. Are you going to get relief through demographics, or are you going to get more crowded as the population changes, or is it going to be stable? And the table is very informative to me, and it helps tell stories to me. But we've tied this into a series of maps that I think is going to be that really helps me out as a visual person, and as most people I think are visual, and looking at things in terms of a map can be very useful. So this is a picture of your elementary schools and elementary attendance areas that show your utilization. The lighter colors, the lighter green are the underutilized spaces, and the regular green is sort of your 85 to 95% range, and the dark pink are your most overcrowded buildings. So we show it, excuse me, current, and then the 5-year, you have a 5-year glimpse, and then a 10-year. And you can see the 5-year, you see a lot more pink in the 5-year, because that's that bubble that's moving through, that wave. And then if you look at the 10-year, you see your elementary start, you see a little more green in the map. When you look at this map, the things that I look for are clusters, patterns. If you see clusters and components where there's a lot of schools clustered together that are underutilized, that tells me something, that there may be excess space in certain areas. If you see a green next to a pink area, like for instance Holton and Ginner Park and Barack Obama, that's suggestive of areas where you can make some adjustments in redistricting and make both of those either a lighter pink or a green, ideally through redistricting. But then you look at areas like in the south, you see Francis and Broad Rock, and green does have some more capacities planned, which is good news for the region, and I'm sure that we'll try to make the best use of that when we get into rezoning. But I don't think it's going to resolve all of the overcrowding challenge that you have. So.
Excuse me, Mr. Crawford.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Burke and Ms. Owen, Mrs. Allen.
I'm sorry, am I going too fast?
We're just
talking about
yeah.
the new schools are not on the first map, but then they show up on the later maps because they're going to be replaced.
They are on the. So the new schools.
Well, it is on the map, it's just not in the chart.
Ms. Owen, you have a question?
I know it's a lot to digest. But you will note that when we're doing this exercise that we are working with the new planned capacity for Mason and Green as well as for Elkhart. So we are looking at your new capacity as part of our planning work.
So you're saying that the new schools have been taken into consideration?
Yes, for the initial glimpse. Yeah, the coloring, the color coding does reflect the new capacity of George Mason for Green and also for Elkhart.
Madam Chairman, I have a question.
Ms. Burke.
This is the first time I've seen this. So you're not moving too fast, it's just that I'm not familiar with the material.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I'm still back on page 18, 19.
I'm sorry.
And what my question is, going back to pages 18, 19 about interpreting, and you may have said this, I see Franklin military grades 6 through 8 listed on one side but not at the top. So at the top of the chart, they're listed under something else on page 18.
Okay, so page 18 is just as that's the orientation slide. If you go to the next page, you'll see 19 has the full list of middle schools there.
I don't see Franklin military at the top.
It's
on the side, but it's not at the top. They have
oh,
more than
okay, that's a good question.
Yeah, they have more than 193 students.
Well, so
they have many more students in this. So what my question is, sir, is that at the top, 6th through 8th grade students, some students do live in the East End, 7th District. Other students can apply, as you well know. So my question is, they're listed on the side, but they're not listed at the top as the other schools are.
Well, that's a great question. So the zones on the top are all schools that have zones, that have actual geographic areas that feed them. And you'll notice under Martin Luther King Jr. Middle School, there is a list of schools, Amelia Street. Those are all listed at the bottom of the attendance because those are schools that are enrolled that don't have attendance boundaries. So for Franklin Military, you can see 193 are enrolled. And then, but 62 of them live in the Martin Luther King Middle School zone, if you look at upwards. Or 25 students are enrolled in Franklin Military that live in the Henderson zone. And that's why there's no listing of them on top, because if they had an attendance boundary, they would be included on the top row. Because basically, the top row basically tells you where they live, and the side row shows you where they're attending school.
Yeah, I want to go back to the high school. The high schools in here too. We haven't got that.
The high schools are, yes.
We already do the high school. We have not done the high
So
school.
the high schools are in the very back. If you look to the
We haven't
back,
got that yet.
I put a lot of the material at the back to be mindful of your time.
I appreciate that, but I just wanted to make sure that we understand.
Yeah, I can go to the high schools if you'd like to see them.
Please go right here and give me the thing.
So elementary is, so that's what, this is gonna help everybody on the planning team as well as myself inform me on where we can make improvements to your district in terms of utilization. Where can we make changes to redistricting or for rezoning to help balance utilization, and then where can we not make adjustments? And then the focus here is to do some rezoning to help solve the problems and help create relief to schools that need the most, but move as few students as possible while we do that. And not move students. What we don't want to do is we don't want to help solve overcrowding at one school and end up overcrowding another school as a result of it. So that's kind of what the focus is. One of the focus as we look through rezoning.
I'll wait till you get to the end before I ask my question.
Okay. So then I'll just have a few more maps. The middle school, you can see your middle schools, and Brown is the school that is on the high side of all of your middle schools. That's on the higher side of utilization. It does have an IB component that draws students in from out of zone. And then if you look into 10 years, Bouchal is forecasted to go up in terms of utilization. But the rest of your buildings are operating fairly efficiently in terms of utilization. You do see that up in the northwest of the district, in Henderson and Bedford and Hill, there is your buildings are operating under capacity, just if you compare with the rest of the district. And so that is that's something that I have observed. And then finally, high schools. One of the things that's telling me in high schools currently, Huguenot is overcrowded. You do have some excess capacity in your high schools in the north. But what really was telling to me is if you look at the 10-year forecast of your high schools, you see that the south of the district is all dark red. And so the enrollment is forecast to increase, continue increasing in these southern high schools. And that's including the area, the Blackwell area that's being bused up to Armstrong. So we're already pulling students from south of the river to the north. But I think that your high schools are not, you're going to have overcrowding in your high schools in the next 10 years, unless there's some changes to capacity or potential rezoning scenarios that we work through. So I think that that the only thing else I wanted to cover was just a recap on next steps, and that's basically getting through the rezoning, using this work to help drive some of the rezoning and building on what we have known and what we've learned so far, and keep adding more material as we talk with community stakeholders and people, and make sure that no stone is left unturned, and that we really focus on engage as many people as possible through a successful process that we do all over. And we're really looking at, as it sits now, an anticipated presentation by the end of this year of recommendations for rezoning to bring forward to you guys. I think that, yes, ma'am.
Ms. Gibson has a question. I have a question. Ms. Owen has a question. Dr. Sapinian, Mr. Young, and everyone pretty much.
Thank you so much for pulling this information together. So, as I was going through the presentation over the weekend, what really stood out for me is that ultimately the myth that all of our schools are under capacity is a myth. And particularly when you're looking at the elementary school level, not only is it false that our schools are undercrowded or that are under capacity, but rather we have an overcapacity issue. And I say that because it is critical that the community understand that, because I think as a city we have closed schools so frequently that I think citizens of the city think that that consolidation is it goes without saying, and frankly that simply is not true. The question that I had, and I asked this question at our last meeting when we were presented the data at our last meeting, is regarding preschool, and I'm not sure that you're able to address that, but I noticed that the preschool numbers aren't included in this data, and I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about that.
Absolutely. So I have studied the preschools. When we get into rezoning, preschool typically isn't part of the rezoning. We're looking at K-5, 6, 8, 9, 12. It's good to know where your preschools are located and if those can potentially help. I do have data on, I did visit a couple of the preschools of Mary Scott, and I visited the Blackwell Annex. I didn't go through MLK pre-K, and the rationale is that when we start getting into rezoning, typically we don't look at we don't want to compromise those programs at a preschool. We want to deliver, not compromise any program delivery. So usually it's the K-5 schools that we focus on when we get into rezoning. Not to say that we couldn't, if it's something that we see an opportunity where we may be able to make use of a space, a facility that a preschool program is being operated in, we can bring that to the table. I do have data on the preschools and room counts and allocations and things like that I have created, as well as some of your other specialty schools like Amelia Street. So I have information on them, but I haven't reported on it because the focus is really more on the zone schools in the K-5, 6, 8, 9, 12.
So I do think that there might be value in looking at preschool enrollment because we've had a lot of conversations about decreases in preschool enrollment, and there are some schools that have 2 classrooms allocated for preschools within a traditional K-5 facility, and so I think that as we are going through this and we want to be, holistic and comprehensive in our approach, that it would probably be valuable to have that data as well.
Schools that do have, say, the 2 preschool, the BPI program inside, those have been counted in the capacity, and those are allocated and itemized for those schools. But I didn't do a whole lot of analysis on the standalone pre-K facilities like the Mary Scott or the Blackwell Annex. But I'm knowledgeable of them, and that's something that that we can bring in, that we can study further and provide some capacity for your support.
So, Mr. Crawford, before you move on, so the question that Ms. Gibson posed to board members, do we see that as value in this conversation? And so, Mr. Crawford, before we move on to the next question, so you did not consider the preschool in this, because you said that the focus is on K-5, middle school, and high school, but you don't see it as a feeder into the K-5 zone schools?
It is, but preschool in the industry, preschool is usually driven by an application. You can cap enrollment in preschool. They're not typically fed by attendance boundary. It's an application process. And so when we get into rezoning work, we usually don't bring the preschools into play because of the way that they're fed and the way that they're enrolled. But so the focus is not to compromise, and we don't want to, because if we're looking at rezoning for an elementary school, the only way that preschool capacity is going to come into play is if we start thinking, okay, what if we want to make use of that facility and put elementary kids in that facility? Then how many students can it hold, and to start going through that. The rezoning really doesn't apply to preschool because they don't have zones and they're more just fed by an application process and such.
And I'm gonna say this, and then we can move on to next board member. I beg to differ with that, and the reason why I'm saying that, because in the south side, we have 2 preschools. We have Summerhill and we have Blackwell preschool, and they are very impactful, or they do play a part in our enrollment process in the Southside schools. So I don't think we can go through this process and not include them in the process and the conversation.
Okay, so there's two discussions on preschool. The forecast, the demographics, the 10-year population forecast. Those preschools, we hold that constant. So we're assuming that your preschool enrollments are going to be held. We hold those constant for the next 10 years. If you're going to expand your pre-K programs, then our numbers are going to be low, obviously in that. If you're going to contract your pre-K, then our numbers are going to be high because we hold that constant. So they are picked up in the enrollment forecast when you're looking at that. And then the facility capacity is the other component of it. I will put together some preschool figures that we have in our back pocket so that we can make sure that we have data and statistics on the pre-K capacity so that we're mindful of what's available there and where the spaces are. And Summerhill is a great example because that's down in an area there where you have a lot of overcrowding. And you know, there's potential with the facility in that location to potential if it's something that the planning team, the district wants to explore. So I think it's viable to have look at it, but we do want to make sure that we don't fill schools with K-5 students that you want to use as pre-K centers. For example, we don't want to take them off course and end up delivering a recommendation that doesn't work for you.
Ms. Owen?
Okay. I have tons of questions, but I'm not going to ask them all tonight. I think my big question is, when I look at this map of the middle school's utilization, you have Thompson and Elkhart as separate zones. But of course now, they all go at one place. And I don't know we haven't made any decision as a board about the future of those. So you're saying that Elkhart Thompson is at 63% capacity for both of those zones.
Using the new planned Elkhart capacity.
Oh, but this is 2018-19.
Right, so we're depicting this for this year, the next 5 and 10, assuming that, this is what it would look like if that capacity were online. We understand that that's not there right now, but we want to see what your district would look like if you did nothing and you built the schools.
But I'm sorry, because it says 2018-19, I thought that was this year.
It's reflective of the enrollment, but we are using the planned capacity to kind of, and I can create one that shows you. Well, see, the thing is that it wouldn't be informative because Elkhart's not there right now, and you're building a new school on Elkhart, and so I can create a map that shows you what the utilization looks like with the students at Thompson, but the focus is really.
It looks like we don't need to build a new middle school. It's at 63% at Elkhart Thompson this year.
Well, but you also need to look at Brown and also Bouchal and the out years, and that they're I think that. And another thing to note is that your zones that you have right now are when you had Thompson and Elkhart. So you have 2 zones. And then, as you know, Elkhart closed and then they all got sent to Thompson. So I see middle school as probably being the largest segment that's going to be impacted.
So you're looking at the 2028-2029 map. When you look at this map, this year, it looks like we don't need a new middle school.
If I may, what the map does not capture is the state of the facilities.
Absolutely correct.
So while the current Thompson building may be showing as not fully utilized, we can all agree that it's not an acceptable facility for our students. And so I think that's an important element that has to be overlaid somehow with this. It's not just, is there space? It's, is the space that's there habitable, quite frankly.
Not only that, but I think you know, there's the zones and then there's the facilities. Your zones in middle school and south of the river need an overhaul because you have two boundaries right now. You've got the residual Elkhart boundary and the Thompson boundary, and right, they're two separate boundaries. So I see your middle school as probably being the biggest segment that's in terms of total students impacted. It's going to be the largest impact because your south of the river boundaries need to be reshaped to get you a one boundary per school in this region and to balance out your utilization.
Mr. Robert, I have a question. I'm looking at page 55 at the end, and the column that says 2020. Would I be reading this correct to say if I added up the 5 to 9 cohort, 10 to 14, and 15 to 19, it gives me about 38,000 children? Is that the number of children in Richmond?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's roughly the school age population.
That's correct.
Got it. So if we have, say, 24,000 of that, we are losing, in essence, 14,000 to private schools or, I guess, homeschool. Is that accurate?
Yes, I think you can make that.
Roughly.
Yes, sir. You can make that assumption.
And so if we all do our jobs and create a school system which is more attractive to more families, there's an opportunity to change those demographic projections, those population projections, by attracting more of those children who are already in Richmond.
Yes, sir. We call it as market share. So we're assuming that the same share of students are going to private and not public schools and charters. And but as you make efforts to and continually improve the school division, and that market share changes, your enrollment could come in higher than what we had forecasted as you gain a larger share of that population.
Thank you.
Ms. Burke? Back to, this is great information. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And I agree with Mrs. Gibson's statement regarding that the records show that we don't have a whole lot of space for empty facility, to close facilities. So I really appreciate that. I hope the media, the coverage here caught that. Page 19. Please explain to me out of district and unmatched.
Okay. So those are actually students that live out of district or students that we have address matched that physically live outside of Richmond Public that are coming into Richmond Public for education.
So we have people living in the counties attending Richmond City. Is that what you're stating?
Yes, ma'am. Well, per the address that was provided for the student. Yes, ma'am.
So we have, I'm just thinking about the money. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm thinking about the dollars and cents. If we have 76 students, 6th through 8th level, and I'm not surprised, and also 11 unmatched, and the cost per student.
I just want to make one note here. A lot of that number is due to Michigan students.
Okay, all right, that's, thank you. Exactly. 2,000 students, correct? Yes, thank you. All right, okay.
And the unmatched are students who we couldn't find their address, couldn't address match.
Thank you. I was adding up dollars and things.
It's been touched upon already, but I wanted to add that according to the strategic plan priority 1.8, we do plan on expanding early childhood education. So I do feel that including pre-K in the conversation and in your study is very vital.
Preschool is real school.
I've heard that several times.
Excuse me, we do not receive comments from the audience. Thank you for your passion.
If I may just add to what Dr. Sabini said, in fact, we are making very explicit efforts even this year to increase our enrollment in early childhood. So I do think it is something for Ms. Gibson and Dr. Sabini's comments we should take a closer look at.
Okay, I will put together.
And Ms. Hawes.
I will put together capacity figures for the pre-K facilities so that you have an idea of how many students they can hold. Pre-K students would focus on pre-K.
Thank you. We wouldn't want to close those.
No, sir. I don't think that's not something that we see very often.
Mr. Young?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Crawford, thank you. Can you speak to the difference between the RPS functional capacity and the RPS maximum capacity?
Well, we've provided RPS functional capacities to you, basically that factor in the class size assumptions. It's all really based on class size assumption.
Excuse me, they're all based on functional. My question regarding, can you speak to the difference between functional versus maximum?
Yes, sir. And as I was saying, the functional capacity is really based on class size assumptions. So functional capacity, I have it up on the screen. It shows you the assumptions for class sizes for 18 to 1 for kindergarten, 22 to 1 for grades 1 through 12. If you're looking at the maximum capacity, which are the state maximums, I didn't put those into on paper because they are very large in the 30 to very much higher class size assumptions. And in many cases, in my opinion, they're all too large that you can't even, most of your classrooms can't even hold that many.
Thank you for making that decision for us. I personally love to see that information, and I would point out that in past studies that you did for RPS, you did include at least include a table that addressed the maximum capacity. And then the other question, if I may, I think I concur with counting classrooms when I proposed consolidated Franklin and community high school building. That's what precisely I did. But there is another way of calculating it, right? And my question regards if you have calculated the square footage per student in Richmond Public Schools vis-a-vis other jurisdictions.
No, sir.
And if not, why not?
Square footage per student is not, you'll see capacities calculated in many different ways in the industry. Architecture typically gives you what you call design capacity, that's looking at square footage of a building and divided by square footage per student. In my opinion, and also in the facility planning world, outside of the design world, that isn't an ideal way to calculate capacity. What we like to do is what we call functional capacity, which is best practice, that basically answers how many students can fit in this building without compromising education, without overloading a school, or without putting too many kids in a building. Square foot per student factor, that you're factoring in cafeteria space in the capacity, gyms, auditoriums, other core spaces, libraries, things like that are factored into that calculation. And that's not in my experience, it's not the best way to calculate capacity. I think if you do certainly want me to provide state maximum figures, I think I would just caution you with those figures because you're upwards of 30 students per classroom in buildings that 25 is about as many as in my expertise as most of these buildings classrooms can hold.
So the question again is that the pleasure of the board, because I have concerns about large size classrooms and best practices, educational practices. Are we able to reach every child where they are? with classroom sizes 30 plus. And also we need to take into consideration, I think as colleagues have said around the table, there is a myth in the public, the Richmond public schools are underutilized, and we're not taking in consideration the programmatic piece, such as Franklin, Richmond Community, Open, so we need to take all of that into consideration. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Though I'm not prepared to suggest that we max out what the Commonwealth of Virginia allows, I would, though I very much respect the opinion that's been articulated by a few of my colleagues, I couldn't disagree more, and know that we are extremely over capacity as it relates to our space. Or under capacity is the right way to say that. Thank you.
Ms. Burke, and then I have a couple of questions.
Thank you so much for your report. I well received it. It's a lot of work. Gives us an opportunity to really look at this. We must be mindful that we're talking about every child. And I could hear that in your description, because children do need space. Many of our students are in homes that are crowded, and the school should be the beacon of the community. So you've just shared that. I want to say something, but I'm going to hold that part back. All right. It's so important as we include the spaces for our children that we provide them with the technology necessary, and you must have space for those items, the books necessary. And there are classrooms that statewide, the state law is, I believe, under 27, whatever, for 4th and 5th grade students, and that's too many for our children in the city of Richmond. Whereas there are some schools that have less than 20 students, 19 to 20, depending upon where they are. But the school areas that need the most support are the ones that need the space, that need small class sizes. And I've taught a class of 35 students, 4th grade level, standardized testing, and 9 months pregnant, okay? So, and they did extremely well. But my point with that is, and the majority of my students then were from Mosby Court and Oregon Hill and the Randolph area. So we had red, yellow, black, or white with many challenges. I would dare not want to see a teacher in 2020 because the issues were the same, the challenges were the same. But we're better than that. And that's the direction in which we need to go. So I'm thanking you for reminding us that we're moving children and not cattle.
Ms. Gibson?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. As it pertains to the discussion about functional versus maximum capacity, I think it's important to appreciate that that standards have changed. So, for instance, a residential house, the average house size in the 1950s was less than 1,000 square feet, and now the typical home is 2,500 square feet. And so, so things have changed, and classrooms have changed. And so they were just, we have old schools, and our old schools were built to be small segregated schools that were not intended to hold, you know, large numbers of kids. And so, so if you look at a classroom at one of our newer schools compared to one of our older schools, it's evident that you're not comparing apples to apples as it pertains to the square footage of the room. Beyond that, as a district, we are focused on teacher retention, and to that end, I think that increasing our class size would be remiss to doing that. And so my preference would be to this is a lot of data as it is, and to keep it to focus on the functional, which is the actual ability of housing kids in that room.
Ms. Avallo?
Thank you. I agree with some of my colleagues that we should be very mindful of the functional capacity issue. If anything, my hope is that we'll be looking for ways to get more personalized education for our students as opposed to expanding classroom sizes. I found myself pretty fixated on some of the assumptions. I think it's great to have them up front, and it's good for us to be really keep in mind that if some of these factors change, that we'll have to watch out for them. But the one thing that one of my wisest constituents pointed out to me, and I know that you addressed this with Mr. Cameras earlier, but I'm hoping you can still help clarify, is the base population year. I know that you mentioned you use other data sources. How confident are you in those updated data sources like the IRS? And you mentioned some other sources that you use.
We're very confident. We do this kind of work all over the country, and we've been doing every day. We're doing this work for districts all over the U.S. and we track our accuracy. We're looking at how are we tracking in terms of what we're assuming, the data sources that we're using, and we're continually very accurate in terms of how we're measuring our forecast. Our confidence level is plus or minus 2% of the life of the forecast. So in 5 years, you go back and look at what we forecasted versus what your actual enrollment is. If it's within a 2% band, plus or minus, we feel like the assumptions have held up. If it starts to deviate from that, we start to look at those assumptions and say, okay, what has been violated? What's going on that's causing enrollment to either go up, be higher or lower than what we anticipated? Census is the best data source available. There is ACS out there, but ACS is not good when you start getting into lower levels of geography like we're working with. ACS is, you get below 60,000 people and it starts to get really unreliable for small area forecasts. So we are confident in the data sets and data sources that we use and the way that our methods for calculating enrollment. And we continue to monitor and track, and we're passionate about being accurate. We know how important it is for you guys to use using these for planning figures.
Excellent. And then one follow-up on that. Your name has the proper name has floated around ever since I joined the board, so I'm glad to meet a representative from the firm today. But based on that, I haven't had a chance to look at the past work that you've done, but were there any key sort of, I guess, deviations from expectations last go around?
Well, we've done a lot of work over the last 10 years. We started our first relationship with the district with a comprehensive rezoning study that we were hired to do. So we worked with a committee and did a full comprehensive, and at that time it was the new Huguenot was being built. So it was to open up Huguenot and also MLK Middle School. We were also asked to examine efficiency in the district. The committee, working through the committee, they provided a recommendation to the board, and then at that time the board took ownership of the recommendation and made adjustments. The recommendation back then from this committee, was to actually consolidate Cary with Clark Springs, and that did not come to fruition. But looking back at the recommendation and the option of the boundaries that were recommended versus what you have now, they are what the committee recommended, and then they were modified, further adjusted by the board. Middle and high school were not taken. The recommendation was not further explored at that time. And we are tracking our forecasts and looking at accuracy. We try to do that as often as we can when we get new enrollment in. And we're tracking within our, I'm pretty confident we're tracking within our confidence interval. But I can go back and look at some of our past work and look at some of the accuracy I think that we have done some of that analysis in the past for school board and administrators.
So to add to that and to make it very clear, so the information that was provided to us previously, I would say was fairly accurate. So in 2013, adjustments were made in the secondary schools. As Mr. Crawford said, it was not addressed. The focus was on the elementary. So, and they made adjustments were made. But in 2012, the focus was just on the elementary schools. And going forward, 2013, the assumption to address the secondary schools, because at that time, MLK and Huguenot High School were not online. And as Mr. Crawford said again, I'm saying it again, the secondary was not addressed. So 2019, this is where we are. And so this board will task to do a comprehensive that includes elementary and secondary. And we cannot let the chance another board coming in will follow suit to address the overcrowdedness that we need to address. So, to make it very clear. But my question before move to Ms. Gibson. So you said my question is about Broadwalk, and I'm looking at the ideal and existing. Page 29. There's no page now. So the capacity study. Capacity study. So the ideal, you have 721. Rock capacity 650. So at 721, you're taking into account for exceeding the 650.
My calculation is 721 for that building, based on how the building's being used and the spaces inside the building. And you'll notice that it's comparable, it's close. If you look at other buildings like Oak Grove, you see Oak Grove's close to that number. And there's some minor nuances because of programs and things like that may be in the building. But yes, ma'am, 721 is the number that I had calculated for Broad Rock, for the without portals.
Without the trailers?
Yes, ma'am.
Because that was not the intended use of that land for those trailers. That land, the intended use of that land was for play and learn, for our children and for the community. So you have, in this information, you have taken into consideration the removal of those portals at Broadlock and Green.
Green's being reconstructed.
Right.
Jones and Reed are the two other schools in District Broad Rock that have almost like a portable campus per se. Jones has a walkway on the other side of the playground with the blacktop that has a block of portables that have the decking around them and concrete poured. And in Reed it has the same. And then so those are the ones that I isolated them separately because there's such a difference between the ideal and the existing. There were so many portables on there, I felt like it was important to at least show you what that number would be if you were even temporarily use those portables.
So you're saying that this information is not including if the board made the decision to remove the portals?
Correct. That's 721 number for Broad Rock, if we're planning that number, that would be with no portable spaces there. One thing I should note is that looking at the state maximum, Broad Rock is a good example, looking at that state maximum number, I think it may, from what I recall, it may have been even higher than the 1,086. And so when I was looking at that, I'm thinking, you know, there's no way that Broad Rock, they could put 1,100 kids under that main building in Broad Rock with the way, you know, I think it would just, I'm not even sure if the fire department would allow that.
Well, the overcrowding has created safety issue, traffic, parent drop-off, dismissal. It has created a nightmare for the neighborhood. And so I'm looking at the middle school utilization, Bouchard. This is very long. Okay. All right. So I can just process. Yes, it is. Yes, because we know there is an issue in south of the James. Ms. Gibson, Ms. Owen, and Ms. Burke.
My question is regarding, given that one of our objectives in this exercise is to increase the diversity and in the buildings, I was wondering when the student demographic data and if there will also be projections on that as well that will be presented as part of this work.
We don't do enrollment forecasts by race and ethnicity, for example, but we do, when we start getting into rezoning, we will report the demographic composition of the schools currently, and then also the demographics of the schools with any rezoning scenario. And so we will be studying demographics and the impact of demographics with any particular rezoning scenario, with a focus on if there's any opportunity to create a better balance of demographics without deviating from all the other criteria. It's something that we certainly will explore. And I've done work with the U.S. Department of Justice, the Office of Civil Rights, and been working with them for since 2007, and been providing consultation regarding federal desegregation cases. And so I have a lot of experience in what does and what doesn't work, and it certainly will be part of the focus to see how can we make create more demographic environments through rezoning without creating other issues with as it relates to criteria, other transportation burdens and other things like that.
Thank you.
Ms. Burke?
I look forward to the opportunity to rezone, because I'm looking at these numbers and what you just stated regarding Southside in particular. I cannot, well, new schools haven't been built. And to be 300 and 400 students, overcrowded by 300 or 400 students. It's overdue we're overdue to rezone. And I've been through that with Fulton at one time where I went to Chimborazo, we had all of Fulton. And then when the rezoning did take place with elementary, as you stated earlier, Mrs. Page, that we divided Fulton with Bellevue. And it did, because the building was built for 500 and we had 800. So that made a big difference. So you remember that?
I do. I remember we pulled that area into Bellevue.
Yes, yes. So I do look forward to, I can only imagine the additional stress and pressure that comes with the administration and the students and their families and the teachers in regards to being so overcrowded. So I'm delighted that we have the opportunity that we're going to move forward on this. Our children deserve better. Thank you.
Looking at the south side, with the exception of the new, I'm talking elementary, with the exception of the new green, which will help alleviate some of the pressure, it appears to me, and I would like to know if you feel this is accurate, rezoning itself will not solve the overcrowding on the south side, only new construction will. Unless you were to bus kids, say, to the north side, which I'm not advocating, but I'm just saying, you can't really redraw the zones on the south side alone to solve the overcrowding. Would you say that?
That's what I haven't fully dove into the looking at options, but I do feel that's my initial gut reaction right now, is that, you know, you've got some added space with green that's going to be able to provide some relief to some of the neighboring zones, but it's not going to be, it's not going to resolve all of your overcrowding in the south. And rezoning, I don't think that rezoning is going to solve all of your problems. It's kind of like I say, it's like 2 gallons of water in a 1 gallon bucket. You just can't balance things when your overall area is overcrowded. You're just moving students from one crowded building to another crowded building, and that doesn't really work. It's the only opportunities where you have available space in an adjacent school or a school that's not being used, and that's limited in the south. You may have some opportunities here and there, but you don't have a big imbalance in utilization in the south. You have more sort of cross-the-board overcrowding in that Broad Rock region particularly.
Thank you.
So, thank you, Mr. Parker. A lot of information to process. So for the board, next steps, so board members, make sure you submit 3 community. 3.
2.
Because the makeup is 30 members.
2.
I think the balance may be administration.
Okay, so two members, community members. If you have that done so by noon tomorrow. Okay. And Superintendent Cameron's with Ms. Owen.
I'm sorry, but I have 3. Can we make an exception and have an extra one from the night? Or would you like me to not come? Or do you really think I should tell one of them not to come?
Ms. Gibson?
For what it's worth, I mean, the meetings are public. And so I submitted my 2 names, and another constituent reached out to me, and I assured them that even if they were not on the official list, that they were more than welcome to participate in the process.
But I asked all 3 of
The board is amenable to Ms. Owens having 3 participants from the North District. It's not a problem.
If you'd like to make it, if you're trying to get to 2 and you want to make it easy, I can pick 2 of your 3. I can map them out and see.
With all respect and deference for the night, I do think it would introduce an inequity that would pose problems down the road. I'm glad to work with you to figure that out. We would very much like you to go. The administration will involve. How about that?
So, in our meetings, do you have a question, Ms. Gibson?
No.
Oh, okay. So tentatively, we are talking about meetings set, first meeting to be scheduled for
Yeah, we'll have the
Mrs. Simmons.
the last week in May, the 29th for the first community meeting and the 30th for the first stakeholder group meeting.
So the 29th? And then you said the 30th?
Yes.
You're talking May?
Yes, and it is. So one for the community and one for the stakeholder group.
So, which is which?
The community is the 29th, the stakeholder group is the 30th.
Ms. Gibson?
Quick question. When you refer to the stakeholder group, are you referring to the additional property, that process? Or?
I misspoke. It's the committee, the rezoning committee. Because we don't have a date for the additional property.
So the 29th is the community meeting, and we agreed to have meetings south of the James and north of the James. Mr. Young.
So, a little confused, sorry. We're referring to the rezoning advisory committee would convene on the 29th.
The 30th.
Okay, so that's on the 30th, and so the 29th is?
An informational session for the community. This is the rezoning process.
Okay.
This is the schedule.
Got it.
6 to 8.
6 to 8?
Yes.
And have we identified a school
Looking
location?
Looking at RTC for the stakeholder group. A lot of committees for the rezoning committee. We're still trying to identify a location for the community.
Public information session. The thought is maybe having the committee meetings at kind of last time we did them all at RTC, all the committee meetings, because it was a large enough space for the public to come watch and observe. But it's not uncommon for us to do like a road show and have committee meetings at schools throughout the district so the committee can benefit from seeing the community and can have them in cafeterias and things like that. That's what we talked with the district about that.
We will get a schedule out with locations and times so that we don't have to do it all right here, right now.
The website coming soon too. All this information.
So but just want to make it clear, the board did agree to have meetings, community meetings south of the James as well as north of the James for equity, to make it, this process fair. Thank you. Next item.
The next item is 5.04, receive a presentation on bus scheduling recommendations.
Hello again. I'm joined by Mr. Miles. We're here to present a proposal to adjust our transportation schedule in an effort to improve our on-time performance rate of our buses while also maximizing our current operational dollars. So as background, this winter we worked with our routing vendor to review our processes and our routes and to do some retraining just to make sure that our routes were operating as efficiently as possible. There were a few areas that we are working to address as an outcome of those meetings. But for the most part, we can say that our routes are not the cause of our current transportation challenges. Yes, RPS does need to do with fewer buses and additional driver positions, but similarly, we don't think that those are also the central challenge, and that our core challenge is how we have structured our transportation schedule. So with that, we're proposing a schedule reconfiguration for SY 1920 that would enable us to eliminate double backs and triple backs, provide more equitable transportation, and improve the on-time performance of our buses. So this is our current three-tiered model. Given our current number of available drivers and student enrollment, this current model leads to routes with double backs and triple backs at Carver, Chimborazo, Ginger Park, Green, that's our triple back location, Red, and Westover Hills. We'd also note that the current system does not have space for us to provide transportation to all VPI students. And at a foundational level, the current schedule does not provide sufficient travel time for drivers to move between tiers. And this is the primary driver of why our on-time performance rate is not where we want it to be. So for SY 1920, we're proposing that we address the double back issue by moving 6 elementary schools from Tier 3 into Tier 2, where we have more margin to operate. Eliminating double backs helps to ensure that we're getting kids to school and home consistently, and it addresses issues with overcrowding on buses. I'd also note that splitting elementary populations like this is fairly common. We identified Chesterfield, Henrico, Hampton, and Newport News with similar models. We'd also like to add a 4th tier to provide transportation for VPI students, for all VPI students. We believe if we make this change, we'll be able to formalize the structure, provide transportation to all students, which will be a huge benefit to us as we push to fill VPI slots for next year. And in terms of next steps, we hope to gather your feedback this evening, share the proposal and gather feedback from the impacted school communities. We've already engaged Chimborazo in this and got some great feedback there. And then we'd like to come back and have another discussion with the board at a later board meeting, potentially on June 3rd. Longer term, we'd like to engage the board, the community, and our rezoning committee throughout the school year 1920 on a series of potential schedule changes for school year 2021, so a year ahead. As I mentioned earlier, we currently don't have enough time for drivers to move between the tiers, and this proposal does not solve that at scale. But looking at the data, we do believe that a 10 to 15-minute adjustment in elementary and middle school schedules would be enough to greatly improve our on-time performance and bump us up to the 90th percentile in terms of on-time performance as a division. So with that, Floyd and I are happy to take your questions, comments.
Mr. Young?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll first we all recognize our challenges relevant to this issue. So thanks for putting this proposal together. Have we identified what schools would move from the 9 o'clock to the 8:30?
Those are the 6 schools with the double backs. So that would be Carver, Chimborazo, Ginger Park, Green, Red, and Westover Hills.
And so the school start time would be impacted in a way that's equivalent to the bus schedule, correct? So everything would be moved up a half an hour?
That's correct.
Ms. Gibson?
Thank you. So the question that I have is regarding budget. In our current the needs assessment, we identified, I think it comes to like $1.8 million for transportation as included in our strategic plan, and I was wondering if you have a more accurate number for actual transportation costs for this particular plan.
What do you mean transportation costs for this plan? Largely this plan should be cost neutral. Like, yes, we do need additional buses, but the idea there is to take those 10 buses and to cycle off some of our older buses that we have an average age of fleet that's closer to what Virginia requires. In terms of additional bus driver positions, we do believe we can put those for VPI so we can provide the transportation for that group of students.
So, just so I'm clear, so we have budgeted for $1.3 million for the addition of 10 buses and hiring the 10 additional drivers. And then we've also allocated $500,000 for early education. So when you say revenue neutral, do you mean that this proposal includes, so
Yes.
that, so it's, so this number is,
This will not be an additional cost outside of what we've already anticipated for next year.
so my question is, I want to confirm, now that you've gone through the process, you know, is that number $1.8 million, does that still reflect the actual cost that you believe will be needed for, to execute on a plan so much best?
It does, but to be transparent, I am still concerned about just the process of adding those additional bus driver positions, because we do have a hard time filling those bus driver positions. So it is likely that while we need those positions, we're going to have vacancy savings, at least in part for those positions throughout the school year. So there might be some savings there, but we absolutely need those positions and those bus drivers to make our system work. It's the challenge is trying to fill those spots.
Thank you.
Mrs. Simmons, question. So if the board approves these recommendations to make adjustments in the bus scheduling, how are we planning to roll this out to the families that are going to be directly impacted by these changes?
We're going to have to do a lot of outreach over the summer, just in terms of holding family engagement meetings, and it's listed on the slide there. We need to get the media involved, just so that parents are involved, are aware of the changes that are coming. And frankly, we need to get their buy-in. Just in talking to the principal at Chimborazo, he does have some concerns related to schedule. Some calls and have to move some things around in his day. So we want to be sure to engage the schools in this process, get their feedback, make tweaks where we can, try to come back with a proposal that gets us most of the way there.
Okay, so I'm looking at that. So ideally, you're going to start rolling this out in June, because I think it's important that sooner that we put this information out to notify our families. I think it's better off when we do.
If I may just add, the administration is not asking the board to adopt this tonight. It was merely informational. Step one is to then continue the work that Mr. Simmons has done, going to school communities to see if there are issues that we are not aware of that would affect this. Then coming back with likely a revised proposal, after which we would certainly utilize all levers at our disposal to make sure that the information was widely disseminated. But I just wanted to make sure there's this first step of engaging with the school communities.
Oh, right. I mean, understand that, but I just want to make sure that we do our due diligence as far as engaging our families and communities that will be impacted by this. Mr. Young, Ms. Gibson, and Ms. Owen.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I really have anything to add to that. I mean, I agree with your observation, and their teachers too, right? So,
right.
So yeah, it's, I really commend what your team has done, and I anticipate being able to endorse this, because I think you're right to take this approach, and I do agree that let's have a conversation. For example, what's the bills ASAP with our teachers and faculty, but and our families. But good job.
Ms. Gibson.
So I have one question and a request. The question is, when the change was made before with the making all of the school start times consistent, I'm curious to know what problem the district was trying to solve at that point, and to see.
When it was made before, it was a recommendation that we put all the elementary schools, because this plan was already in existence. We had school choice. This plan was already in existence. We had schools previously like this, with elementary schools on the same day, now some of the same schools. But they wanted us to put everybody on the same meal time, which we told them that it was going to The 30 minutes between routes was going to be tough, and this was going to be tough for us. But they insist us to continue to do it this as well. And we're trying to change it so we can better now.
I'm wondering though why they were insistent.
It just came from the administration. They didn't really get into a lot of details. They said they wanted to change the bell time so that the students could come in later. Because high school went much earlier in the morning. They moved them back. Then they moved the elementary to middle school. And they had to crunch it. They had a time crunch. And we put it all in the time crunch. And that's what the product came out. We in transportation informed them that this was going to happen. But
And,
Ms. Gibson?
Yes, so the request that I have is to, you know, as this is shared with the community, if actual scenarios in terms of the specifics for, you know, the bus routes themselves could be shared with the public so that, you know, because when people have that reality of, you know, sibling needs to bring someone to the bus stop or, you know, there are, you know, jobs and work schedules and such, I think, you know, to have people, the ability for families to be able to react to something that is very specific to how they will personally be impacted, I think will be important to capture that feedback.
Ms. Owens?
Can I just one quick response? We can absolutely do that, but with the caveat that the routes are largely driven by the students in the school, so if we get new students next year, people move, the bus stops might change, so yeah, it's not going to be 100%.
Hi, just a quick question. So bus drivers that are currently taking elementary students to school to start at 9 will be the same bus drivers who will now start at 8:30. So there'll still be elementary students basically getting on the same bus if they don't move with the same bus driver, just at a different time. Thank you.
Question. Does this have an impact on our student athletes that attend the specialty schools and have transportation, take advantage of transportation going from the specialty school to their zone school to participate in after-school activities? Because I know there's been a problem with the scheduling of buses, picking up the elementary, middle schools, and the high school students.
Yeah, I don't think we're just talking about those 6 elementary schools right now. I actually think this might help this situation greatly and relieve some pressure on the afternoon drop-offs, so it might see some better.
More buses are available now to the third tier than it would have.
Can you speak in the microphone?
More buses would have been available now in the third tier than it is now, because you have 114 in the third tier, it goes to 80 something. So that means you have more flexibility buses.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Supini?
When it comes to late buses, is that only the high school, middle school, and high school, and how that affects it?
Yeah, I think it's across the board. And this goes back partially to what I was saying earlier about there's not enough time between the tiers for bus drivers to move from tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 2 to tier 3.
I mean, it's on after-school activities, late buses.
After school late buses come from, we only have a certain level of drivers that want to drive after school. So when you give us more than what we can handle, then we are doubling back and tripling back some of those trips. So this particular school may get late. And by the time they drop off the student, they'll be running sometimes 10 minutes or 15 minutes late to the next school. That's where your problem comes from.
Mr. Young?
One of the things I'm most excited about is this presumably should allow for more of our students to take more field trips, correct? It should provide for more latitude.
It really doesn't affect the field trips, because the field trips is usually in the middle of the day, and we have a set time, 9:30 in the morning to 1:30, so they can get back from the high school, because the high school time is not changing. So it's the same as far as field trips.
Thank you. Thank you. Board members, understand we have representatives here from Patrick Henry School of the Science and Arts to receive their quarterly financial statements. Would you be amenable to adjust the agenda to allow them to present? So, in lieu of time.
So your next item is 6.01, receive the quarterly financial statements for Patrick Henry School of Science and Arts. Those documents were posted to board docs. Patrick Henry, we're ready for your report.
Hello.
Good evening. So my name is Tiffany Ford, and I am the Patrick Henry Chair, and I will be giving you a brief summary of our financials. We have total cash on hand of $219,321. We have liabilities of $2,189, and we have temporary restricted funds of $162,631. And we have enough cash on hand to cover both our liabilities and our restricted funds.
Mr. Young?
And yours truly be making a donation to the third floor effort. Ms. Ford, perhaps you could share with the group the exciting news.
Okay, yeah, the exciting news is that we had a grant that we had to match. Mayor Morton Parsons grant was going towards our third floor renovation, and it was a $150,000 grant that we had to match, and we were able to achieve that. So thanks to everybody who contributed, because it came from all over the community, including the board members, and so I really appreciate everything because it was a big pull, but we did it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Have a good night.
Next item.
The next item is 5.05, receive a staffing update.
Good evening, Chairwoman Page and members of the school board. An April 29th article in U.S. News and World Report stated that when taking inflation into account, the average teacher's salary has actually decreased by 4.5% over the last 10 years. With that in mind, I'd like to provide an update on the proposed compensation increases for teachers and principals for the upcoming school year, assuming, of course, council budget approval and school board adoption.
Thank you.
Thanks. The proposed salary scale for teachers for the SY 1920 school year includes a 1.17% step increase between each year of service, plus a 3% raise. Full details are available on Appendix A, but an example here is laid out for a master's prepared teacher, 200 days at step 5. As you can see from this example, as this teacher moves from step 5 to step 6, his or her earnings increases by $2,108, which is 4.2%, which is a 3% raise, and the 1.17% step increase. The proposed principal salary scale includes a decompression formula that allows a 1.17% step increase for each year of service. So this increase allows for 1 year of credit for each year as a principal or a senior district officer, and half a year of credit for each year as an assistant principal, plus a 3% raise for the upcoming school year. And again, complete details of the principal salary scale are available on Appendix B,
It should also be noted that we are implementing new principal classifications based on student enrollment. So the principal 1 classification is for elementary schools and all schools with under 250 enrollment. The principal 2 classification is for middle schools. And then principal 3 classification is for high schools with more than 750 students enrolled. Yes, or schools with more than 700.
High school or
High schools
school with
or
more than
any
7.
school with more, sorry, I misstated that. High schools or any school with enrollment greater than 750 students.
To account for Broad Rock,
Yes.
which has more
Yes,
students
any school.
than many of our middle or elementary.
Yes. I don't know what I said, but that's what I meant.
Just go ahead.
Okay, here's my question. I thought we were working on 5% raise, and this, per your example, is 4.2% change. So is not 5%.
If I may, it's a 5% raise over the 2-year period, inclusive of last year and this year. That's what the General Assembly passed. Last year, we increased pay by 2%. This year, we're increasing it by 3%, which brings the biennium to 5%. This is something that I have publicly and repeatedly shared, not only my RPS Direct, but in other venues as well. What we promised, in addition to the 3%, is that we would do the step increase as well this year. So the effect of that is, in essence, teachers will see a roughly 4.2% increase from this current year into next year. They will have, that is on top of the 2% increase from last year.
Ms. Gibson?
My question is actually simple. I was just hoping you could reiterate the student population size for each of the 3 principals here.
Yes. So there are 3 classifications. The principal 1 classification is for elementary schools or any schools with under 250 students enrolled. Classification, the principal 2 classification is for middle schools. And then principal 3 is for high schools or any school with greater than a 750 student population.
Ms. Gibson?
So do we have any high schools with less than 250 students in it?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Yes.
Oh, we do? Oh, community, yes, and open.
So that would mean then that principal would be at principal 1 or principal 3?
I believe that would be the principal 1 classification.
So the size trumps the level?
I believe so. I'm looking for.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Got it.
Yes, in this case, that classification would be principal 1, but we would not reduce anyone's salary. So they would be held harmless if their current placement at a high school was principal 3. They would not receive a reduction in salary, but their placement would ultimately be principal 1.
Thank you.
Ms. Bird? My question is, open, high, and community, those 2 schools do not have assistant principals. Is that still in place?
I believe so, yes.
So, if I have an elementary school with less than the number that you just stated, and I have a full-time assistant principal, but then for community and open, they don't have that support. It's a lot, even though they have students that have been selected per se to be there. I'm just concerned about the difference in the salary, knowing that they're doing the job of a principal and an assistant, even though the number is smaller. There's no curriculum specialist, there's just the principal and the guidance counselor, and the secretary, the office manager. I'm concerned about that. I'm very much concerned, because I've seen that in place, and it's a lot. Because it's still required, the transcript piece is still required to do the jobs of more than 2 people. So, I don't know whether we're voting on this tonight, but if we are, I'm not voting in favor.
Just to clarify, we are not voting tonight. And on the principal side, this is a proposal, so certainly wanted to get feedback. And obviously there are advantages and disadvantages to having an enrollment-driven classification. Certainly if the board feels strongly that, for example, all high school principals, regardless of size, should be at the high school tier, I think that's a certainly reasonable position, and we could make that modification. But we wanted to present this to get feedback this evening, and really the thinking is we're trying to solve for the, in essence, you know, Broad Rock having so many more students, frankly, than probably most of our middle schools, if not all of them, and maybe even some of our high schools, not including community or urban. And so, but again, you know, this is an opportunity to hear various perspectives on this.
I'll just add one clarification that both community and open are currently at principal 1 already. They are not principal 3, which would be the normal high school. So this would not be a shift in the classification for either of those schools, although still the feedback is well taken. My point to what Ms. Gibson said earlier was just if their compensation, their current compensation fell out of what this new guideline is, they would be held harmless. But those 2 schools currently already fall into these guidelines.
Ms. Burke, but those 2 schools have new principals, correct? Those principals have
Not
been
open, no. Ms.
Okay,
Massey
so-
is an interim, yes. She's interim principal 1.
Ms. Gibson?
So just for clarity, can you reiterate what the current 1, 2, and 3, how those have been designated historically?
Current 1, 2, 3.
I'll look that up, I'll look at the scale.
Mr. Barlow?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think it would be really helpful to have that documented before we move forward on it. So I appreciate you looking it up now, but it would also be great to see the actual comparison changes between what we're paying or what the current scale is and what the next one is, because I don't want there to be any confusion, and frankly these tiers based on the number of students in the schools aren't reflected in this report either. So I wouldn't want someone just to take a look at this and get confused about the decision that we're making, or there are plenty of circumstances where we're looking back months later trying to recall exactly what we were presented with. So that would be very helpful. And then my question is related to communication. I think we learned a very clear lesson last year that we want to be very proactive in communicating these changes and expectations to our teachers. So I know the superintendent has mentioned that he sent out an RPS direct that discussed it to some degree. But before we make a decision, does the administration think it would be appropriate to share this information so that we are at least aware of what types of concerns teachers have before we make a call?
So the information is public. I know it's since we posted on Friday, it's been shared broadly as I would expect and hope. I have received 2 calls and emails and have responded to both. The issue about the 3%, I wrote about and have spoken about multiple times, which isn't to say we shouldn't do lots more about it, but I welcome any other questions. And when the board does adopt this, of course, we will make sure to message it very, very clearly. But this is something that we have been saying for several months now, to make sure that we were ahead of the curve on this one. I know the state's budgeting cycle is confusing. There were not many people who realized the locality had to pay for any part of the raise, let alone, in Richmond's case, 2/3 of it. So, like, we take the communication on this extremely seriously, which is why we wanted to put out the entire scale now, and see if there were any other issues or questions. Typically, something of this nature, if there is a lot of concern or question, I hear about it and you hear about it. But I do think since we have been communicating this for some time, it has been relatively quiet because I think this is what folks were expecting based upon the messaging that we've been sharing over the last several months. But again, can't communicate enough on this, and we'll make sure to do that.
Question. So based on the question Ms. Burke had as far as community open having the same support as other high schools, AP, can you also, when you provide the information, the update, what are the budgetary implications if we were to implement that support staff, FTE?
The budgetary implication would be very small because we'd be talking about just a couple of principal changes. So we're talking about a few $1,000s in the scheme of, we budgeted for the step increase and the principal salary. I think it was $2 million in the budget. So, but we can certainly, if there are adjustments, we'll certainly come back with that. So why don't we take the information we got tonight, some of the feedback, we'll go back and make sure that we can respond with all the answers to the questions that were raised and have an updated set of information for you to consider at our next meeting.
I just wanted to respond to the request for the current classifications that Ms. Gibson asked for. So the Principal 1 classification includes charter schools, detention centers, elementary, Franklin Military, Open High, and Richmond Community High. The Principal 2 classification includes Amelia Street, middle schools, RCEEA, and the Principal 3 classification, high schools, Richmond Alternative School, and RTC, Richmond Technical Center. Did I read that too quickly?
We can also email out this to the board.
Ms. Gibson, thank you for that clarification or update. The other question I have is, so I'm more familiar with teachers' pay scales relative to surrounding districts, but I was curious about the principal pay scale. How would the proposed changes put us in terms of both the surrounding district and just also kind of, with comparable school systems in the state from a salary standpoint? We actually have a table that's not included in this presentation that compares Richmond Public Schools with surrounding counties and the state. I can send that to you. Currently, we are well below. With the new pay scale, it puts us on par in some instances ahead of surrounding districts. But I can send you the specifics on that on the table. So Ms. Gravel, when you send that information out, could you send it out to the entire? I certainly will. I'm sorry. That's okay.
I just wanted to, that table does not yet account for any changes that the counties may make in their budgeting process, but this new scale relative to where the counties are now makes us very competitive. And it's not just about the raise, the decompression in creating that new scale makes us much more attractive relative to the counties.
Thank you. Thank you.
good evening, Madam Chair Page, school board members, superintendent parents. I am delighted to give you an update on our current attendance and discuss the weather policy. This school year, we have focused our attendance efforts to reduce chronic absenteeism across the district. As you know, chronic absenteeism occurs when a student misses 10% or more of the school year, regardless of the absence pattern. For us, this means a student missing 18 or more days of school. Additionally, chronic absenteeism is now one of the indicators used by the state to determine a school's accreditation status. For this measure, schools cannot have chronic absenteeism rates higher than 15%. Again, decreasing the chronic absenteeism rate has been a focus for us this year. Our principals, their attendance teams, and our division personnel have answered the call and have worked diligently all year to get our children to come to school more often. I am very excited to report to you all that our chronic absenteeism rate has decreased by 4% from this time last year to the present. Like almost every RPS school, we just experienced a reduction in last year's chronic absenteeism rate. And we have schools where we've seen a huge decrease in the chronic absenteeism rate. Let's start at the elementary level. Principal Shalita Cruz over at Southampton, a chronic absenteeism rate reduction of 9%. Principal James Gordon at Oakville Bellevue, 7% reduction. Talk about our middle schools. Principal Jacqueline Murphy at Elkhart Thompson and Principal Melissa Rickey at Benford, both with 7% reductions in chronic absenteeism rate. And Principal Ahmed Dabney at Martin Luther King Jr. an 11% reduction in chronic absenteeism rate. Finally, our high schools. Principal Willie Bell at Armstrong. That school has experienced a 17% reduction in chronic absenteeism rate. We have much to celebrate, and we look forward to finishing this year strong. Yet,
We still have a number of students who have already missed 18 or more days of school, and these students will need to submit waivers to our existing attendance policy. We are in the final stages of finalizing the waiver itself and the process. Just a friendly reminder that waivers are for any student who has missed 18 days or more of school at the elementary or middle school level, or 18 or more classes at the high school level, and have a passing grade. Waivers are generally for students who have experienced medical hardships or other unique circumstances, such as homelessness or family tragedy. School leaders will start to connect directly with families, informing them of the waiver request form, which will be made online on May 20th. Additionally, school leaders will have the responsibility to make a preliminary recommendation as to whether the waiver should be granted. Finally, I'll start reviewing waiver forms and communicating decisions beginning May 28th, and will continue until all waivers have been reviewed and the decision has been made. I will pause now for questions.
Mr. Young?
Thank you. Presumably we're instructing all of our CEOs, our building leaders, for what you just read, to be very judicious as it relates to the instruction they're providing families. I suspect for a lot of the students that have missed more days than what is allowable, yes, they're going to be advised that there is a waiver process, but do we have a feel for if our building leaders are being candid with our students and their families in regards to what will constitute a waiver, i.e. you were in the hospital, you had some circumstance that merits a waiver, and not what has historically been done in RPS, which is just to say, I'm sorry, I was sick for a few days.
It's a great question. So My biggest worry is our attendance at both the high school and middle school level. I have personally connected with each high school principal, and the high school principals already understand their expectations for the waiver policy. So they are currently, and have been all school year, determining exactly why students have missed so much school. We sent out an attendance letter actually either last week or 2 weeks ago to all families of students who already have 18 plus absences. And I know that in many cases, the high school principal or another member of the administration or the counselor actually handed the letter to the high school student to again reiterate the attendance policy, find out what's the circumstance that's causing them to miss so much school, and to like try to put a plan in place. I put a plan in place right then and there. I'm also very happy that so many students and parents have actually started reaching out to me directly to inform me of why their student or themselves have missed so much school. So I certainly believe that our principals are communicating the right messages around attendance.
Ms. Owen, Ms. Gibson, Ms. Burke, Dr. Sabine.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. I know this has been a lot of minds. I am really enjoying looking at the pie charts too. My main concern is that it is not enough to say the form is on the website. We have a lot of parents who don't have access to the website. And I think that our family engagement folks need to be involved in this if there are kids who the parents are not responding or not reaching out to you directly. So I would absolutely encourage that we make sure we're reaching out. You know, how do we know that they're absent because they're homeless? They're homeless, you know. So that's my only concern. I think we absolutely have to stick to this gun, and I know the state expects us to. So thank you for all your hard work. I look forward to hearing what happens when we get to the middle of June.
Me too. But thank you for your comments, and definitely agree with you. So a student, him or herself, can actually submit a waiver on their own. Or a parent, so if you're thinking about our middle school and high school students, they actually can submit a waiver themselves. Or their parent can also submit a waiver. But yes, we have talked to several principals and they understand their responsibility in connecting with those students and their parents for them to submit a waiver, just in case for whatever reason the information doesn't reach out to the child, him or herself, or their parent, as long as that student already has a passing grade. So students who have missed 18 days or more of school and don't have passing grades, there's no reason to submit a waiver for those students.
Ms. Gibson?
Thank you. So I'm curious, in terms of the retention, how many students were retained or held back a year last year? And do we have a sense of where we anticipate that might be this year? I think that's where I want to make sure, because obviously retention is like last case scenario, and so to that end, I also wonder, I know that this policy is new this year, and so we're still putting systems in place, but for the students that have already hit that chronic level of absenteeism, if they're just now getting a letter, informing them that they're at risk, I wonder, how can we ensure that moving forward, they're, when they, so as soon as somebody's, when do we want to be making that outreach and, before, so that we can try to avoid more chronic absences.
So I need to, I don't have the retention data. I'll need to get that to you. I definitely agree with the points you made. You made fantastic points. In terms of, like, when do we send out a letter? This is actually our second round of sending out letters. We also sent out a letter in early January to students who already had 18 absences and to students who were already on track to be chronically absent. But your point is well taken.
Ms. Burke?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My concern is the students that have been out for 18 days, and there are quite a few at high school levels. What is the plan of action, even though they're passing, because there are many that have missed 18 consecutive days? Or is there a plan in place to address what they missed academically?
That is also a great question. I will say that right now there is not a plan in place. Part of the consideration for the approval of a waiver is that the student, him or herself, was expected to make up for all the makeup work that they missed, or was expected to complete all of their makeup work.
So, if they haven't been there to be instructed and they don't understand, is there after school, is this a private after school program, or is there any type of support in place? And I know it's a couple situations at my high school.
That's right. So Armstrong runs an after-school program that allows children to make up seat hours if they've been absent for 18 or more days. That is something that Principal Bell decided to do, which I fully endorse.
Very good.
This is something we need to look at perhaps next year doing it division-wide to be able to help our students in high school and even in middle school who are missing seat hours make it up in either a Saturday program or after school.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you.
Dr. Sapini, then Mr. Young.
My question was close to Ms. Burks, which was, what do you attribute these changes to, and what plan or resources do you have in place to support the school?
I actually attribute this to awareness. I actually attribute this to emphasizing chronic absenteeism rate, emphasizing our attendance rate. So last August, we had a meeting with all of our school principals, and we actually poured through their attendance. And I think the first step was all about awareness. It was also about accountability. So the first semester of the school year, I was very diligent about sending out emails to all of our principals, asking them about individual students. So I think that awareness and that accountability is what, in some ways, contributes to our decrease in the chronic absenteeism rate, as well as our principals being more focused on attendance and really working with their attendance teams. I actually think we have a lot of opportunity moving forward to really reduce the chronic absenteeism rate next year. First, I really think our new strategy, utilizing our attendance liaisons, will pay benefits because we will be able to think about the work and do the work differently. Second of all, I can tell you already, we already know who's going to be chronically absent next year. The kids who are chronically absent right now. Last year, we didn't start this work until August. But if we can start this work in early June, start identifying each child who is chronically absent, understanding exactly why, start doing home visits, and individualized attendance plans for each one of these children, I guarantee you will see another reduction in chronic absenteeism rate next year.
How will you address those schools that have a lot of students who they may show up, but then they leave extremely early?
We got to figure out why. We actually have to figure out who those students are and why are they leaving early. Are they leaving early because they have a family responsibility?
No, they're leaving midday.
They're leaving midday because they have a job, or are they just bored? Because we just got to figure out, that's the power of us being able to dig into every single child individually. Is I don't want us to guess why. I want us to be able to say, yes, Tyrone has an after-school job, he supports his two brothers, but Darnell, this is boarding school. We got to figure out how to make school more exciting for Darnell.
Mr. Young?
Thank you. Thank you, Harry. Great job. Really great job. The numbers are outstanding. So really compliment you and your team and all of our principals and assistant principals and teachers. Just a couple of observations. One, in regards to what you just said a different way, and use the word accountability. People now know that there are consequences for not showing up to class, i.e. will not pass the class.
That's correct.
Second, to the past point, we had discussed several months ago when we first adopted the policy, we had discussed those students that they may show up to class, but they but when do they show up to class? In other words, are they 30 minutes late in arrival? Or conversely, do they show up to class and then they depart for 30 minutes of class? And we had a conversation about, you rightly said that we need to solicit a lot of input, feedback from our teachers and assess. And there probably isn't one standardized way to do that. That's me saying that, not you. But can you speak to that? Do we have some sense for how we're tracking in Aspen, if somebody was there or not, i.e., I'm not suggesting that we count minutes, but I think you understand, everybody understands what I'm getting at.
Actually, I think we do need to count minutes. So very early on, early in the fall, I actually sent the communication out to all principals stating that for a child to be marked as present in the classroom, they had to spend at least 80% of the time in the class. The teacher should know that. Now, we don't want our students to know that. We don't want our students missing 19 minutes of class and then coming to class in the 20th minute saying, I'm here. But yes, the teachers weren't informed via their principal that present meant that you had to spend at least 80% of your time in class. But I do agree that as we move forward, we do need to solicit more teacher input. Last year, a lot of decisions were made quickly and in a container of just me and a few principals. But I definitely believe that moving forward from June to August, we should elicit feedback from our teachers to figure out how we can improve the process.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
And board members, just want to remind everyone, we still have quite a few items on their agenda to address, and also be mindful of the time, and we have items enclosed. So we ask questions as opposed to making statements.
Good evening, Chairman Page, board members, sitting under cameras. I am here to provide just an update and some background as requested on summer school programming for 2019. I will, before we get into the specifics, I'll preface that through our strategic plan long-term, we imagine taking a fresh approach to summer school programming to provide a whole host of needs to students. Our focus this year was to tighten up systems and operations and communication early and sort of clarify exactly the scope of our services for the current year. So just very high level, we are providing summer school will run from June 24th to June 25th, Monday through Friday, which is the practice from the previous year. The primary difference is extending the length of the day of summer school. Historically, it's run only in the morning hours for elementary and middle. And the rationale for that is to first make sure that our students get the not only the academics and remediation they need, but the enrichment and extension that we think also will not only support students' improvement in academics, but also make them excited. Our goal for elementary and middle was to really give some students something to look forward to coming to, and to have a schedule that aligns better to families' needs for childcare. So we saw a win-win there. Students get more time and more support, and students are in the school during the day. And they also have 2 meals. The high school schedule typically has run typically an AM session and a PM session, so that's not a significant change. We tend to rotate locations through summer school, and so we try to look at schools that are not having a significant amount of work done in terms of maintenance over the summer, schools that can be, wherever possible, a central location, and to try not to burden the same school multiple years in a row. So we try to balance all of those factors. And so you can see on the slide where students from each zone will be going to summer school for the summer. In terms of programming, for elementary and middle school, our target audience is students who are identified as needing additional support primarily in reading and math. And it's based on grades, teacher recommendations, test scores, be that PALS for the lower grades, or PALS or MAP for the lower grades, or SOLs. Additionally, attendance might be a factor. And again, teacher recommendations will be considered. We are partnering, we've expanded our partnership with the YMCA's Power Scholar program, which uses a research-based program in the morning in terms of the curricula. So that doesn't require our teachers to prepare and write their own lessons. They instead will use a prepared curriculum that's provided by the Bell Foundation with a research base behind it. And then in the afternoon, students will receive hands-on engaging activities, particularly in the STEM areas. And again, with the goal to reinforce the reading and math skills, but provide excitement and interest in school rather than something that's less engaging. I will note for our elementary middle school programming, we need to secure additional funding to serve all of the students we want to serve. The way the state funding formula works for reimbursing on remedial summer school, it's a very low reimbursement rate. It comes out to about $260 per student for the entire summer. So we're identifying other funds such as carryover title funds and the like to ensure that we can serve the students who need it the most for summer school, and also make sure all of our slots are fully used. And then for high school, the target is really for students who are at risk of not graduating on time or being off track due to failing a number of courses or not having earned verified credits by 10th or 11th grade for graduation. We are prioritizing our seniors who are most at risk in terms of their graduation schedule, particularly for students who still need to pass an SOL to earn a verified credit. And those courses are tuition free for students to do that. And then also we will continue to offer the Performance Learning Center program, which is a self-paced program for students who are heavily under-accredited over age, and they get to work at their own pace. So we'll continue to do that. The main difference for high school is, I believe historically we have offered on a tuition basis courses for initial credit. Given the myriad issues that we are facing with our high school course offerings, our transcripts, and frankly capacity to ensure quality curricula, I do not feel that we can, in good faith, put forth a 5-week, 20-day curricula that would be the equivalent of a year-long course. And while we have not specifically discussed this with the State Department, I do not believe it would pass muster given the other issues we're dealing with. So we are going to focus on the students who most need our direct support to graduate on time.
Ms. Owen?
Thank you, Dr. Epp. This is excellent. My concern is green. All the outside playing fields are going to be completely gone. Okay. So effectively, they pretty much already are. So I'm not sure that that would be the best place for summer school. It will definitely be noisy there. It already is. As they work hard on the construction. So just a thought.
Thank you for that thought. I'll follow up with the operations team.
Yeah, and that was a question that I had as well. Ms. Burke?
Thank you. Thank you so much. I see the YMCA will be included. That's a good incentive to have. I hope that works out well. It has to, because a lot of our children start summer school and then they drop out because to them it's the same as going to school every day. So they need to have a little fun and an opportunity to exhale. My concern is that on page 2, was it 2 words that I just lost it? Where the schools are all listed?
Yes.
That all of the East End schools will be in one summer school place. I mean, Chimborazo, Bellevue, Mason, Woodfield, and Fairfield Court.
We can take another look at it. I see your point.
Yeah.
We can take another look. It was for proximity and transportation, but I could definitely take another look with the team on it.
Please do, because I see so much to be addressed for behavior.
Yeah.
And not as much time addressed on the academics.
Great
So,
feedback.
this is new in this matter, and it's not gonna work.
Thank you for flagging that.
Ms. Gibson?
Thank you. So I was just curious, with the change in time, is there any budget implication in addition to the $120,000? And then,
No, they're good.
and then the other question, perhaps related to that, is the projected enrollment. If we're projecting based on the policy changes that we made, whether we will be above or below. And I'll just ask my third question, just so that everything's out there at once and might speed things up. Is regarding hiring. I've heard that in the past that hiring staff for the summer school was perhaps slower than, so I'm just wondering about the hiring process as well.
Sure. To address the first question, no. I mean, that we've looked at the budget, and that's the budget differential. But we think the additional time is offset with some of the efficiencies we're getting and the planning we're doing with summer school. And the YMCA brings private funding to the table as our partner. So it's a significant amount of that cost is offset by private philanthropy in support of the summer school effort. In terms of the second question, enrollment, I'm looking at my notes here, sorry. I had this in the original piece. So we're looking to serve approximately 300 students in each of the elementary sites, between 200 and 300, as well as the middle school. We're still trying to get some information from our counselors on high school enrollment as we're checking in on progress to graduation. So frankly, historical data and historical practices don't exist for summer school. There's just not a lot of information and data about how it's been run, and I think we really duct taped it together last year and pulled it off without significant issues, to be completely frank. And so we focused on planning on the front end, and that is why hiring has been a bit delayed, but those positions are now all posted. But we had to get our projections right before sort of launching a big hiring campaign. But those are now posted, and folks can apply.
Question, Dr. L. So, breakfast and lunch, is that the same grant during the school year providing the support for
Yes.
those meals? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
In fact, I don't want to speak for Mr. Simmons, so I can follow it to confirm this, but I believe the federal lunch program allows for any student, even if they're not in summer school, to receive a free lunch during the summer, where it's provided.
Okay. Thank you. Next item.
I'll make those changes, thank you.
The next item is 5.08, receive for action the annual special education spending plan for the IDEA budget.
That's me again as well. This presentation is not different from what you all looked at last time. At our last meeting, we provided first review for our exceptional education annual plan application. And so tonight we are asking for approval of that so that we can submit it to the state and to the federal government for funding. Just a couple of things to highlight. There was a request for further information related to special education programming more broadly, and we prepared those documents, and I believe we'll be sending those out as other information as a follow-up for the special education. I'm sorry. We have additional documentation that we'll be sending to you all either via email or through the other information piece. I'm probably not using the technical term. Thank you. Did I use a technical term? Okay. So that, and would you all like me to go through the high-level points again, or we essentially are asking for either, if you have questions, but we are asking for action to approve our application for the exceptional education annual plan.
I move that we approve the application for the exceptional education plan.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Owen and seconded by Mr. Barlow to approve the annual special education spending plan for IDA budget. Any discussion? Call the question.
Motion was made by Ms. Owen, seconded by Mr. Barlow to approve the application for the annual special education spending plan for the IDEA budget. Mr. Barlow?
Yes.
Ms. Gibson?
Yes.
Mr. Young? Dr. Sapini?
Yes.
Ms. Owen?
Yes.
Ms. Burke?
Yes.
Ms. Page?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-0.
Next item.
The next item is 5.09, receipt for action of personnel actions.
Good evening again. The recommended talent office actions for the school board meeting scheduled for Monday, May 6, 2019 include the change of contract of 11 employees, the resignations of 37 employees, the furlough of 23 employees, the returning from leave of 25 employees, the retirement of 22 employees, the termination of 7 employees, and actually, I would like to amend those two sections, retirement and termination. Section E, number 1, should actually be moved to Section D, retirement, so that would read the retirement of 23 employees and the termination of 6 employees. And finally, the name change of 3 employees.
Ms. Burke.
I would like this opportunity to talk to those.
Thank you. Next item.
The next item is 6.02, receive the financial statement for the period ending March 31st, 2019.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, board members, superintendent cameras. Senior information for this evening is the monthly financial report for the period ended March 31st, 2019. And on page 3, we have a recap of our revenues, and everything is trending exactly the way we would expect it to trend at this point in the year. On page 5, midway down the page, something that we've been bringing to your attention every meeting is under the other compensation. And we watch these really closely because we know a lot of these go in the red because of how we track on non-contracted folks. Everything's looking fine, by the way. And also on page 7, just to give you a flavor of what's happening year over year, midway through that page under, again, other compensation, we're trending of almost $500,000 better through the same time period this year as compared to last year. So just wanted to bring this to your attention. We're looking good in that regard. Any questions? Thank you.
The next item is 6.03, discussion on budget development.
So essentially, since the... Thank you. I thought that Ms. Clark had suggested I speak. since the city had is kind of near finalizing the budget process, and we have limited time in finalizing ours, I was hoping that we could, at this time, just at a minimum discuss what the milestones are for our final budget adoption. For me specifically, my goals are, as it is well documented, I have concerns about the cuts, and there are some other items that I think are essential items that I would like to see added into the budget. And so, including the Math Science Innovation Center, if we need more funding for the middle school staff levels, so I wanted to see if there is an opportunity for us as a board to begin to make some trade-offs, which we hadn't discussed prior. And the other piece of this is to ensure that our board has an opportunity to discuss the action taken by City Council to have approve all of our strategic plan expenses. I want to make sure that we fully understand that, and I think it'd be worth talking a little bit more about how that would facilitate. And then finally, in our public comment, and I have received a good amount of outreach as well in terms of communication to staff. So I want to, make sure that for those folks that may be impacted by any cuts, that they have a clear understanding of when they'll find out, how they'll be impacted, what other accommodations will be made, if there's severance, all of those things. I think it will be. I want to know when that will, what the cadence of that communication will be, and those decisions will be.
So, good points, thank you. So as previously stated, the administration, in lieu of the recent information that we have received regarding funding, I'm sure the administration will be bringing adjustments or recommendations to the budget, which will allow board members to provide input, because City Council, and Mr. Simmons, correct me if I'm wrong, the council is scheduled to vote on the 13th of May, and the board is scheduled to adopt its budget, the first meeting in June, and we have opportunities maybe the second, but the board is scheduled to adopt its budget in the first meeting in June. So there is some time to have a discussion, and I guess one thing we also need to make it clear, and so the budget is passed in categories, but council cannot dictate how the monies are spent. That's up to the school board, and I've asked Ms. Lilly to bring forth the charter as far as our legal authority regarding that issue. You can.
I don't know if you want to go in conversation now or
the board.
May I offer a proposal? Obviously, we, before taking any further steps, would like to secure council approval. And then ideally that happens on the 13th. At our board meeting on the 20th, the administration will come back with a final proposed budget for the board to consider. And obviously obviously robust discussion so that come the first meeting in June, we can formally adopt the FY20 budget.
Mr. Barlow?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My earnest hope is that we had so many items on the budget this week that the idea was to leave some time to dig into the budget next time. But out of an abundance of caution, do you think it may make sense to schedule an additional meeting before our final approval so that we can make sure that we've got time to discuss any proposed updates and changes to the budget?
Additional meeting?
As long as it's after the 20th.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. No.
May 20th. What I'm hearing, Mr. Barlow, you're saying is potentially you'd like another budget work session between May 20th and June, whatever it is, the first week of June 3rd, when we would adopt.
Right. My
which is fine from the administration's perspective. I defer to the board on scheduling that.
Yeah, my hope would be that we would get we would see the updated proposal on the 20th after council approves on the 13th, and then we would have an opportunity to go back and discuss any potential revisions before we ultimately approve on the 3rd. Whether that meeting takes place between the 20th and the 3rd is another question. I'm not sure what firm deadline we have on the back end for final approval, but if it has to be done on the 3rd versus the 10th or something along those lines, then that would be good to know.
And also, if I could add something before Mr. Simmons comes forward, I'm scheduled to be out the country the week of the 20th, and because this is a very critical and important topic,
Been there, done that.
I hate to have to do that, but if need be, I may have to. That's
And we've already scheduled 2 meetings that same week.
That's right.
So do we have to adopt the budget on the 3rd?
So we need to have an adopted budget by the start of the fiscal year, so by July 1. So that actually gives us the June 17th meeting if you want to discuss it there.
May I ask, though, don't we have to issue contracts? So we need a budget by the 3rd.
The last day of school is June 14th, so yes, if you wanted to issue that before contracts.
Yeah.
Otherwise, introduce another board meeting between the 3rd and 14th.
Or a special meeting after the 3rd, but before the 17th, if that is the will of the board. I'm uncomfortable waiting all the way to the 17th to adopt the budget and then put out contracts. That's going to have a negative effect on our teachers.
Yes. Also to keep in mind, and also we have to account for graduations second week in June, so we have to do our due diligence. Ms. Owens?
Can we do the 3rd and 4th? Can we just schedule right now to have meetings on the 3rd and 4th? 3rd and 4th, Monday and Tuesday. If we need 2 days, that gives us 2 days. It doesn't interfere with graduations, doesn't interfere with Dawn being out of the country, doesn't interfere with their rezoning committee. Let's just say 3rd and 4th. And if we don't need it on the 4th, by God, we can cancel.
Mr. Barlow?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that sounds great in theory. I just don't know if we have questions that require follow-up that provides adequate time for follow-up issues.
But we have the whole thing to us on the 20th, right?
Ideally, there would not be lots of follow-up questions on June 3rd. There may be discussions and disagreements, but if we are still running down data on June 3rd, I think we are not going to be in a good spot. The administration is more than happy to do the 3rd and the 4th.
Ms. Gibson?
Thank you. I'm totally amenable to whether we meet on the 4th or the week prior. I do agree that I'd like to do that sooner rather than later too, so that folks have their contracts and sessions set without much delay. My request is that for our next conversation, if the budget could be presented in a way that both the additional items, the adds, and the cuts would be grouped together by category. In some of the prior documentation, the strategic plan items were pulled out and organized by strategic plan item, but I think it would be more clear to see, all the transportation, all the things grouped by category as required by the state, so that it's clear for folks to see what's being added, what's being taken out.
So let me make sure we are clear on the ask. So council passes the budget, and Mr. Simmons, you can make sure I'm stating the correct information. So when they pass the budget, they pass it in categories, in classification. So how is that different as administration prepared the budget? How is that different? Question, Ms. Gibson.
Yeah, so currently in the budget, there is not a, so in the 228-page document, there isn't a page that has all of the additional items and all of the cuts clearly outlined and, together. There on page 139, there are the strategic plan items, and those are organized by strategic plan category. And then, and so I think to your point, as it's required by City Council to be grouped by category, that we can, there can be a page that includes the strategic plan by strategic plan category as well, but also it would be, we should have one document that has the cuts, because in order for, look, I will be transparent, I want to be able to make trade-offs, and it's very difficult to be able to do that the way that the document has been currently outlined, where all of the strategic plan things are in one section and all of the cuts are in a different section. So I think to be able to just see everything side by side, we as a board could facilitate some of the, perhaps making some trade-offs and doing some prioritization by able to be able to kind of clearly see, what that picture looks like altogether.
Mr. Young.
I want my colleague from the 3rd to correct me if I'm misstating what she just said, but I think what Kenya is suggesting that we do is arguably what City Council has proposed that we do relevant to the strategic plan monies, at least what I understand City Council is going to expect of us to account for those strategic plan dollars in a different bucket, I think that's what I hear her saying, which it would seem to me, we may as well get started on that. And frankly, I'm grateful to City. I'm not suggesting that Kenya shares this perspective, but I'm grateful to City Council to incorporating that additional accountability measure. Just for clarification, so in order for the council staff to prepare the ordinances, we've already submitted the new revenue by the 9 state categories. So we are more than happy to share that with the board. That was part of what they needed per their text amendment about how we're going to spend the money. So I think we submitted that on Wednesday.
Ms. Gibson?
So what I'm essentially looking for is a page similar to page 23 in last year's amended budget, or final adopted budget. And I've shared that via email to the board and to the administration. That basically is a clear outline of an itemized list of what the items are grouped by category.
So you're speaking of the summary page. And so that summary page is a part of normal practice, information that's provided to the board at the adoption of the budget every year, so that's not anything new. Just, just to be clear on that. And I guess this may be the perfect time for Ms. Lilly to address the charter, as far as the board authority.
Sure, just briefly, based on the information that the clerk was able to get regarding what the, I'm trying to find the source of the information, but in any event, based on the understanding, council, let me go back. So the Virginia Code basically talks about, just briefly, the classifications that, the major classifications that the local governing body has to appropriate the funds in, and that's what you'll see in the council ordinance. When they do the budget, they do this, instead of lump sum, they now do it by classification. One of the classifications that was added in 2002 was a contingency reserve as a classification. And my understanding, based on the information that was given to the clerk in answering your previous questions with respect to the strategic plan, was that the money, the $11.76 million for the strategic plan would be placed in that classification. And so the question, if the question is, does the council have the authority to appropriate per that classification? The answer is yes, because that's one of the designated classifications. I don't know of what, I've heard, but I don't know fact as to what, if any, conditions they're placing upon accessing those dollars, and so that's a different conversation. But I will say that any transfer between classifications, Ms. Page is correct that the board, once it's appropriated for via classification, the board has the authority to spend, but it is within, I want to say, the caveat within that classification. And if they want, if you all want to transfer monies between classification, that is an ask that you would have to go back to the council to approve that. And so you do have, once they appropriate, you do have the authority to spend within that classification, but if there's something that you need to transfer, then you're asking them again for that approval. Oh, okay, I was just trying to get the source of the information regarding the contingency reserve. So unless the administration may have more specific detail as to that information as to how it's going to be appropriated.
To be honest, I was unclear at the moment when council was taking this action. I asked a number of questions of the city attorney to better understand it. It sounds like what you have shared. I asked a very specific, concrete example, the following. So when we want to purchase a new bus, do we then need to have the mayor's office submit an ordinance that would allow us to spend down the money to buy the new bus? I was told by the city attorney, correct. Now, I am not certain that that is actually correct, because my understanding has evolved more akin to what you have just shared. I think it would be prudent for us to see the language of the ordinance, and we can, once that is available, disseminate it and look through it, certainly the administration and Ms. Lilly, and then report back to the board as to exactly how this is going to work. I do know, as I recall, part of the proposed ordinance is to waive any committee review as a matter of expediting this approval process. But again, I think we need to see what the actual language of the ordinance is. I think until that time, we are merely speculating. So that would be my recommendation. And then we can explore it and report back to the board so we fully understand what the contours of this accountability will be.
And also, I just want to remind board members, this has not been the first time we've had this discussion during the budget cycle. We've had the charter has been articulated very clearly to council and the board's authority, so this is not the first time we've had this discussion. So this is nothing new. We kind of go through this from time to time during the budget. And Ms. Burke, I'm sure, can speak to it as well. Yes. So based on what the superintendent just stated, board members being moved for information to come back, clear information, so that this board can make an informed decision going forward. Ms. Gibson?
Yes, thank you. So, yeah, I mean, I do think that our board should be prepared to respond once the ordinance details are final, because you know, ultimately, voters voted for us at this table to be making decisions as it pertains to the schools, and I think that it is our responsibility to protect that authority. And the other item that was on the list I initially shared was regarding communication to staff, and so I would hope that if the administration has any updates in terms of sharing information to staff members and those items that have come up as it pertains to, you know, getting placed in other, you know, hearing about other job opportunities and all of that stuff, that I think our staff are certainly deserving of those types of assurances. What are the plans for that communication?
So noted.
Yeah, glad to provide an update at the May 20th meeting. I will note, contrary to what was shared, 2 sessions have occurred already. And how long were the sessions approximately?
The first one was 2 hours. I believe the second one is 90 minutes.
Okay. Bringing in the partners that we had discussed last time to talk through with individuals, all the different supports, benefits, and so on. We have also already begun the process of identifying vacancies for some matches, and some of that matching has actually already occurred. So rather than do this off the cuff, I'm glad to bring back an update on all of that at our May 20th meeting.
Thank you.
Also, just to restate the obvious, want to make clear on the board's authority, and that's why I asked Ms. Lilly to bring forth this, the charter. So make it very clear, the board's authority and our oversight. So if it would be helpful, Ms. Lilly can disseminate that information to all board members so we all can be aware of our authority as a board. Because we are a governing body, just as city council, but we are, I just want to say thankful that schools have been made a priority, because that has not been the case in the past. And also, just to make it clear, so our next meeting, or the additional meeting, June 4th. So please put that on the calendar. Next item.
The next item is item 7, consent agenda. We have no district activity or board travel request. Item 8, other informational items, is to receive an update on math and soil testing, and 8.02, receive an update on 13 acres. Both of these documents were posted to board docs for information. And item 9 is new business. Item 10 is announcements.
So board members, just want to remind everyone, please be reminded to RSVP for the retirement banquet, Tuesday, May 21st at 6 p.m., University of Richmond, Jefferson Alumni Center. And please notify the clerk of your availability, oh, this is, I'm sorry, separate item. Please notify the clerk of your availability to interview candidates for the position of auditor. The dates are May 13th, 15th, or the 16th, beginning at 4 p.m. And one other thing, please reply to the governance training dates 9/7 or 9/21 in Charlottesville from 9 to 1. So we have 3 things we need to take care of. Ms. Burke.
May 13th, 15th, and 16th will be available for all 3 of
No,
us.
or. I'm sorry. May 13th or the 15th or the 16th. And the clerk has just informed me that right now we have 4 board members available for May 15th. So please look at your calendars. Okay. Next item.
Pursuant to section 2.2-3711A1 and 2 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended, I move that the school board of the city of Richmond convene in closed session to discuss prospective candidates for employment and assignments, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of employees of the division, including consideration of the human resource agenda of this date, reassignment, employee matters 1819-15, and performance and discipline in the employee matters 1819-16, and administrative investigations.
And then we can like update it, because they want to be.
Hold on a second. Also, consider division or disciplinary matters and any other matter that would involve the disclosure of information contained in Scholastic record concerning a Richmond public school student. Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Sapini and seconded by Mr. Waldo. All in favor?
Aye.
We are now in close. I'm sorry, any opposed? We're now in close.